Everybody. Kind of came in just under the wire in terms of my start time, but I did have a little trouble getting the stream online, so hopefully you all can see it now, or is going to be a little bit of a load. I know that OBS is stuttering a little bit. It looks like they have gotten rid of the updates. Yes, please. Oh dear. So it looks like they don't report CPU usage and like all the stats and whatnot. That isn't on by default. It looks like OBS just updated, so while we're looking for that, this will not be the most exciting introduction and whatnot, but I would love to be able to... Yeah. Okay, well, I guess I'll live with just having it set up as a separate window. I suppose we just can't have things the way that they used to be. That would be too hard. Oh god, where do they go now? Cool. All right. Life is good. I do like the fact. So the new version of the OBS program I'm using allows you to sort of take the performance metrics and put those somewhere. Hey, Ascanius. It does let you put the metrics wherever you want, which is a really helpful thing to do. Unfortunately, it makes you work to have them up permanently, which I don't like. But anyways, hello to everyone. I'm glad that a few of you are here right at the beginning. And we're basically just going to be picking up on the Space Dwarves game. We are in the middle of a fight. It turns out that the Grey Goo decided that they wanted to take off a big chunk of the... That's very cool. I know that... I know Imperator had shown up on, I think, EA Access, and then I don't think there's a console version of Imperator, but basically it seems that the presence of games on, so a lot of people have been wondering what the payoff is for developers kind of going into these subscription services, whether there are sort of long-term benefits or there are also sort of initial ones. Because, of course, the concern that people have is, is it going to cannibalize sales? And the experience for a lot of sort of big titles, at least, seems to have been that there are benefits both immediate and long-term. And apparently, if you will believe, EA and Microsoft and the people running these services, apparently they are very good at helping people discover games. So, but I did not follow any of the announcements from today, so thank you for that. I was actually given an opportunity to stream the console version of this, but at the time I didn't own a console. I actually only recently got one, and I've only turned it on once. Because I've just been so busy. But I'm happy. I'm actually really happy to see that this will be on Xbox Game Pass, because I feel like this is the sort of game, I think most people look at something like this and say, oh, this thing's just too hard for me. When will I ever learn to play a game like this? And I think there's something to be said for... having something like a subscription service, having something like a pass that will let people sort of directly confront that fear and ultimately say, you know what, this did not kill me, or, alternatively, okay, this thing really wasn't for me. But essentially it lowers that sort of initial barrier, because obviously with a 2-hour window with which you can return it on Steam, that's not really enough time to figure out whether or not you're going to enjoy something like this. But if you have it as part of a subscription service, well, you might find that it's actually one of your new favorite games. So I'm actually really encouraged that that Paradox is taking a longer view in terms of these services, and it's educational to see how larger kind of larger companies are viewing these services, because I think it's easy to become very alarmist about some of these some of these subscription services and some of the like the Netflix of gaming idea and stuff like that. The Netflix of gaming is already here. I mean, there's Humble Monthly, there's EA Origin Access Premier. Clearly Ubisoft is now in on the game. Xbox Game Pass. I'm assuming PlayStation has an equivalent, but I haven't touched a PlayStation in years. It's understandable that people will be worried about it, because a lot of people do take a look at music and say, well, look at how bad things are going for artists. But I think one of the things that's kind of interesting about the music case is I don't really know if there was ever really a good transition to the digital model. There was effectively Napster, there was music as in you go and buy like a record or a tape or like a CD or something like that. Then there's Napster, and everybody loses their mind because this is, gonna kill music. And then the Apple Store comes along. And it's always been sort of reactive. And when it comes to the Apple Store or the iTunes Store, it's something where, it's not necessarily the case that I'm trying to come up with the best way of sort of articulating this, but it's maybe not so obvious that I'm also really curious about this Starbase, which is apparently no longer in my control. Yeah, sorry, what I mean to say is, I'm not entirely sure there was ever a way where the artists always seemed to be on a spectrum of getting screwed. There was never this is the perfect time to be a musician. And it seems more that there is a little bit less in terms of the maybe a little bit less in terms of the the musician business model has been bad, and we're realizing how bad it is in this new paradigm, whereas I'm maybe less sure that other products such as movies or games, which do sort of require a certain established group of people getting things together, and at least in the terms of games, have always had some component of it's just a different kind of distribution model. They haven't always had a sorry, looks like there's a call now. Sorry, just an annoying call. Anyways, I completely lost my I lost the train of thought a while ago, but I guess the biggest thing that I can say, I did do like a blog article on it, but I think one of the things is that it's very easy to sort of sound the alarm on this sort of stuff, but I am actually really curious to see how games do navigate those waters, because there's of course every reason to think that it might go wrong. Like there's no rule that states, the outcome of this new business model will work well for everyone who is involved in games. But I also think that there are some pretty clever people working on some of this stuff who have a little bit of a longer view in terms of not just how we consume games today, but how we're going to be consuming games tomorrow. And if they're correct in that determination, then that means that everybody is in a better state than they are right now. All right, so we're basically we are looking to close off this this invasion of the I don't even remember what these guys are called again, the Aztani Trade Union. The challenge here is that I'm not going to be able to get anything else from beating them in space. I'm pretty sure anyway. I believe the rest of this is going to be determined by occupation. And ultimately, I want to sort of take planets where they have population. Now, I'm a little surprised that we're short on the Grand Herald fleet. It may be because we've got one cruiser coming in. It may be that I just didn't plan properly, or it may be that one of the connections that I had originally intended has sort of fallen apart. One way or the other, we'll work with what we've got. What else do we have? I've redirected the fleet to take out Aztan, seeing as there's now a starbase here, and I would rather have that in my possession. I do need to be concerned about the fact that the gray goo might come out to try and finish the job. Now, again, my intention here is to try and take as many populated worlds from these guys as possible. They're pretty much broken at this point, but this doesn't mean that they can't cause trouble for my invasion. And then I had a bunch of employment problems, so I think we're gonna maintain the Empire first. I'm actually gonna go through the whole outliner and just make sure that everybody sort of has a bit of a queue in terms of enough jobs. So the capital is producing advanced research and alloy nanoplants, so we'll be okay there. Rurius has some upgrade space, but they've got 7 more slots available, so they'll get an unlocked building slot. We have an unlocked building slot on Yushminara Prime, but we also have 6 jobs available there. So let's think a little bit about what kind of bonuses we can get. If I wanted to spend some of my exotic gases, I would be able to get a boost to energy. Now, it's 25%. What are we generating right now? Is that 62 net? That's probably not 62 net. That's 100. Okay, so 119. So effectively, I'm getting another 25 in exchange for the gas. Normally, I wouldn't take this, but I do actually want to lock in that improvement. All right, we've also got civilian fabricators coming up. So the fact of the matter is that we're not really going to have much that we can do with this extra slot for a while. We are going to have a surplus of jobs for quite some time. So we'll leave that alone. Paradia is being colonized, so if I want to get more jobs, I can always upgrade the science buildings, but again, we've got 6 available jobs. We'll definitely unlock a new building. Same story. No, not same story. We do actually need 1 more job on this planet. So it seems to make the most sense to upgrade a building. How am I for rare crystals? Not too good. I think I actually upgraded one of the... No, I didn't. Okay. So rare crystals will be something I want to acquire in a little bit. Hey, Johnny Big Time, how you doing? It seems like every other bit of news today was for a strategy game. Would anybody like to share with me some of the new Gamescom news, by the way? Because I quite literally have not heard anything. I've seen a couple of tweets. I know Amplitude, and when I say quite literally, I mean heard, as in with my ears. But the tweets that I read seem to indicate that Amplitude is basically going full-on competing with Civilization in the fact that they've got a 4x historical sim. Apparently, there was something about Death Stranding. I really thought that there would be an Epic Store announcement for that, but it seems that it was not to be. Or if it is, then the Twitter, crew didn't have anything to say about it. And yeah, the rest of it, I got nothing. This guy's gonna get shot. Let's see how this. I'm actually not gonna pause yet, but almost certainly this guy is gonna get hit. All right, sorry, I was taking a look at my Empire. So, the plan was to upgrade a... No, these guys will be fine because they're at 45. These guys won't be fine because they're at 49. Okay, we're back on track. Mublar. Mublar is actually not even at sort of full-fledged colony status, but I am going to need to get them up to 20 pops. So we've got 17 jobs, 19 jobs, and I will anticipate by building another city district. Okay, now, Craxima Prime will be taken care of. We'll have a planetary capitalist stronghold and alloy megaforges built. Tiber Prime, similar idea, and Nafgravas, again, similar idea. I might need to adjust a little bit of what's going on in terms of the population, but another one called Port Royal 4 and Anno 1800 DLC. I still haven't tried Anno. By the way, should I do the Johnny Big Time shout out now or should I do it later? The biggest news was a tweet outside of the conference. Sony are buying Insomniac. I did hear about that. Well, again, I read that. Insomniac were the ones who did the Spider-Man game, I think, right? Okay, we're actually not in as bad a shape as far as our colonies are concerned as I thought we might have been. Matters not. Do it right now? All right. Well, first of all, not everybody knows this. Johnny Big Time is one of the few people here who has a command listed after him. But more importantly, I'm going to give you guys the shout out. So Johnny Big Time is, again, my favorite caster on Twitch. I know a lot of people are like, oh, well, what about the Eyes of Sin? Well, the Eyes of Sin hasn't been streaming for a while. Johnny Big Time is somebody with just an absolute raw natural talent, an incredibly nice guy off-cast as well as on-cast, a very quick wit. And one thing I actually think, I always kind of like to come up with slightly different answers in terms of what the... slightly different explanations in terms of why I like what, what he does. Johnny actually, I think one of the things that's really cool about Johnny is that he has talents that people don't necessarily recognize. So like Johnny is quite good at games. Like I said, he's got a great sort of wit and he's got a great attitude, which makes him very entertaining to watch. So in this sense, he's got a very natural sort of sense of showmanship, and he really knows how to put on a good cast for people. But on top of that, he rides motorbikes. He, I don't want to say he's a fitness guru. He is a chef, or a vegetable puncher, whatever the official title is. He has... Actually, I was going to say, one of the things that I enjoy the most is sort of finding out some of the new domains of knowledge that he knows. He has got... he rides bikes, motorbikes. Essentially, one of the things that's really fun about Johnny Big Time is to find out, like, I think I know his taste in movies, and they'll turn around and is like, oh yeah, Eastern Promises was kind of interesting. Not sure if you'd like it or not, though. And he's like, I loved Eastern Promises. That was good. That was a great movie. And I'm like, of course Johnny had seen it and liked it. But he seems to have this limitless ability to surprise me in terms of the depth of his sort of reading or knowledge, or just these weird little talents that he always seems to have, that just seemingly out of nowhere. And again, in addition to the fact that he's just a ton of fun to do stuff with. I loved playing A Way Out with him. I am definitely trying to find a way to rope him into a Vermintide game. He does actually own Stellaris, but I have a feeling that he will want to kind of confront Stellaris on his own terms before he jumps into the fray. But I will say that he and I have played one of Julian Gollop's games called Chaos Reborn, and I had an initial advantage in the sense that I was rather familiar with the game and Johnny was not. But I think what was so delightful about that playthrough was that Johnny really took to that game very quickly, and it was pretty much anyone's game almost immediately after that little learning period. So again, Johnny does a great job of keeping me on my toes. He does a great job of entertaining me. Again, one of the most consistent and one of the most entertaining streamers on Twitch, in my opinion, and somebody who is absolutely worthy of your attention if you've not checked him out so far. Most recently found playing Rainbow Six Siege. He just finished a playthrough of the entire Witcher franchise, of which The Witcher 3 essentially took up several months. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what he plays next. But overall, just a really stand-up guy, somebody who I am enthusiastic to recommend both as a person as well as an entertainer, and somebody who makes me feel very happy for being inside of the channel. Because I don't know, it's when one of your stream idols shows up and says they like your stuff, it always feels nice. So. Definitely not a fitness girl. He just started working out a few months ago and you're enjoying it. Is it true that he's really the son of Zeus? I mean, who isn't the son of Zeus at this point, Valken? You heard Johnny doesn't pay his parking tickets?
Science vessel under attack.
Johnny doesn't get parking tickets. All right, so turns out this guy is in trouble. I don't actually remember this thing being here, but I suspect it probably regenerated it because it was something held by the Aztan. It's in a system that's technically held by the Aztan still, so I hope we don't lose that ship. What else? Yeah, so we're gonna, in terms of sorry, I should actually explain what the overall game plan is. So the plan here, first of all, we take back the Aztan system. We then move in, sort of secure the crossroads. We take Yunaria first. Invade it, take it, then move to Rubiz, and finally Kochab. And then essentially the rest is just going to be mopping up whatever little pockets I can find. But the main idea here is to try and take a spaceport that I can then sort of heal at each point. Kotor apparently has a ridiculously strong starbase for no reason. How you doing, Freighter 5? I guess after a pitch like that, you have to drop a follow. See, this is why I keep everybody. I realize that the shoutouts have become something of an institution, but in my opinion, it's actually very important to continue.
Together we will build a brighter
future. Doing stuff like that, because not necessarily everyone who has heard it is following. So, all right, so more trade deals. We've got destroyer hull points plus 200. The latest generation of destroyer hulls have optimized structural integrity fields and improved bulkheads. By the way, for those of you who like reading smart person books, I just finished a really, really good book. And unfortunately, I don't think... I had it here like a second ago. I may not know the... Sorry, I just got a message I want to deal with here. I'll try listening to this while I'm talking. It's called The Lady Tasting Tea. I don't have the author's, I don't actually have the author's name at the moment, but you can look it up. It's a book on statistics, which I realize is an unusual name for a statistics book. All right. Hey, Septic Boy, how you doing? I asked a question to somebody over, I asked somebody a question over a messenger, and they very helpfully got back to me like right away, and then I got this phone call and I'm like, oh, you know what? I should maybe just double check this to make sure there isn't anything urgent. And the phone message was, this is just to call and let you know that I got the message that I replied to, and I don't think I have anything that I can add. And I'm like, what? One day until you followed you for a year. Oh man, I didn't even, how do you check that out of curiosity? Oh wait, you can check that in the chat, can't you? That's really neat. I'll have to do like a special stream to mark every single follower's 1-year anniversary now. Oop, I'm covering up chat. Okay, I'm really sorry about that, guys. I probably should not have checked that message, but... Oh, okay, cool. I'm doing all right, Septic Boy. We're enjoying Stellaris right now, which is apparently now available on Xbox Game Pass. Slightly different from the version that I'm playing right now, but that's fine. Okay. Quantum missiles are my cheapest option. Well, actually, no, you know what? Flat cannons are a little bit more important now, seeing as we know that that is a way that we can negate the advantages that the gray goo has. In this case, I'm actually going to go for the flat cannon. All right. Let's think. I want to make sure that this science ship doesn't die.
Construction complete.
Right, they still don't. These guys still don't know whether or not they want to to lock me out or not. They definitely do not want a non-aggression pact with me anymore, which is a shame. Okay. Interesting. The Sondrithian allied planets want to end this meaningless rivalry. Now, if memory served, the Sondrithians were one of the groups that I was really worried about. Okay, so let's think a little bit about... So the problem is that the galaxy is a little bit of a powder keg right now, because there's this federation, and if I go to war with one of them, then I have people with some very strong fleets who will be in a position to sort of set me right. So these guys are superior. The Visari... Okay, they're superior. The Zethorians... Okay, interesting. So, let's instead turn around and see whether or not it makes any sense for us to change this around. So... I can only have 3 rivals. Okay, actually, no, this is good. Okay, so I wasn't rivaling them. They still don't like me because I am a rival with their ally. So the Zethorians... Yeah, so I believe they had declared a rivalry on me first. This is a shame, of course, because... Oh, wait, no, the Fanatic Egalitarian, that'll never work, so... Alright, so really, if the Zethorians get kicked out of this group, we'll be in a better place. Unfortunately, these guys are always going to hate me. And they're also very strong. Okay, so nothing's changed in this sense. Then we'll head back. Again, I want to clear out Aztan. I want to... Oh, did this guy successfully escape? That's actually kind of neat. It would probably make sense for them to repair at some point, but for now, let's set them to evasive. And for the rest of it, we will... I think we're just going to carry on. I'm assuming... I'm not allowed to merge this fleet. But why? Oh, because it's derelict class. That makes sense. Oh, that's right. So this was supposed to be 120, and I wound up going over the limit and got 121. Complete. That's why that's weird. Okay. I'm feeling a little bit better about my position right now. in addition to trying to wrap up the war, so there's a couple things that I want to try and do with the war. Number one, I want to try and turn this guy into a tributary as quickly as I can. I want to, again, sort of close down things within my borders. And there's sort of two intermediate goals that I have in terms of my next batch of wars. One, I want to try and take down anything that's inside the L Gate. And the reason for that is the L Gate is reasonably powerful for me to hold, and clearly that will give me an advantage. Second of all, I want to start cleaning out some of the Leviathans. So if I'm able to get rid of the Spectre, if I'm ready to get rid of the Tianki Matriarch, if I'm able to access the Enigmatic Fortress, we can, scrap the Scavenger bot. And finally, we can reclaim Polygar from the dragon. So obviously there's no shortage of targets for us to direct our increasing fleets towards, but the time-sensitive mission right now is the one that involves turning these guys into a tributary. One of the nice features of turning them into a tributary... Is anybody banged up? Nope. I'm gonna
transmission incoming.
Keep these guys here for a little bit.
But
yeah, basically, I should be strong enough to sort of deal with all of them, but I want to make sure that I don't dedicate my fleets to something that I can't sort of extract myself from pretty quickly. The tributary is going to be nice because they should be able to repair all that lost territory, but then they're just going to lose it again if I don't have a way of sort of dealing with the L Gate menace. So that makes me think that checking out the L Gate again might be the best bet. But of course, they're also potentially the strongest threat that I would face, and that I'm not able to take them on. So. Okay, trade deal. The Democratic Angaj League wants to give me energy credits and minerals because I'm such a great guy. I accept. Would you like to become a vassal? I mean, I can guarantee their independence. Okay, so they're xenophilic. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to be able to get that to a positive. They're also guaranteed by the Akano Nation, so... I'm pretty sure if I try and forcefully take them over, that will start the galactic equivalent of World War I. Okay, this makes me really sad. Kabji has finished its queue, but I still have a laborer open. Ah, it's because it's a slave. Actually, that's not quite the reason, because we still have a bunch of clerks. Okay, well, we'll at least get to work on that. I really don't want to build another agriculture district, to be completely honest. Well, actually, the alternative is I can move that to another planet. I'll leave this be for now. Ceradon apparently... Oh, you know what? It's going to be another... Yep. Alright. Let's find a place for slaves. Oh, this is actually going to have lots of possibilities. This farm is not exactly the thing I need right now, but... Oh, this is a no-brainer. So, on Mintaka... we take the unemployed slave on Kabji and send it to Mintaka. And same story with Ceradon. We've got... Basically, this is a this is like one of the slaves that we bred. So effectively, I just want to make sure that they're doing sort of manual labor. And the Sundithian allied planets invited. Okay. So that gives me even more reason not to try and take them out. I think at this point we're gonna ignore any enemy fleets that we find along the way here.
Construction finalized.
Looks like there are quite a few guys joining this pact. So they're definitely starting to play a lot nicer, to my suspicion. All right. I'm just making sure that the Grand Herald is sort of taking point, and then we can...
Planetary worksite established.
Hey, nice. All right. So basically, I just want to make sure that my super fleet is the one that's taking the Estanis on first. The derelict ship is only 486 strength. We finally settled the Marduk Falls Paradise World, Paradia, and our citizens are rejoicing at the thought that one day their cubs may too frolic along the sandy dunes, lush gardens, and crystal springs of Paradia. I can say about time. In Paradise modifier is added for 120 months, giving the following effects: happiness plus 10%, or we'll see about that. It's about time. Okay, so let's get some things for the people of Paradia to work on. Let's start with bureaucracy, which is always fun, and we'll say... See, energy is the best, but I actually have I can get the most development in terms of minerals right now. And it looks like there's lots of dusts and crystals, so this will generally be a good planet all around for things. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to knock out one city district. We'll do one city district, 2 mining districts. That'll bring us up to 5. Actually, just doing 2 mining districts would bring us up to 5. Anyways, I'm sticking with this. It's 6 additional jobs. We'll be able to upgrade the ship and just generally get the planet up and running. All right, the Democratic Angaj League does not see any reason to keep me locked out. Very kind of them, but I'm not really going to change my own attitudes on here. All right, sorry, I know I'm a little scatterbrained on this playthrough, but sometimes hard to remember what I'm up to on each of these. This is Darkest Dungeon, right?
Complete.
All right. At some point, this needs to stop being a rural world, but we're covered for the next bit of construction. One of the things I should be a little worried about is... No, hang on. Okay, everybody needs to move as a unit now. If they don't, then my armies are going to get caught. Oh! I commend your bravery.
Hostile reactionaries engaged.
I love seeing these guys turn around. Oh, it looks like we are going to take out their allies first.
Complete.
What's up? Okay, so it looks like a few of my guys do actually wind up taking some damage here. Okay, we just got a bunch of army construction done. These guys should be able to escape soon. So we won't be able to completely wipe out their... Wipe out their group. Okay, this guy we were sending back home, but in this case we will we'll first do a little exploration.
Finalized.
Akano Nation and the Andigonj Nation. Interesting. But I'm less worried about this because they're no longer on my border. Oh no, they are. So I can still try and vassalize them if I'm so inclined. All right, let's see what the butcher's bill was. Oh, we managed to take out 13. Okay, so 13 of their transport ships is a pretty big deal, and basically half of their existing fleet. I would have actually preferred the other way around, for more of the soldiers to live, and a little bit more of their fleet to die. Looks like we lost a Corvette, but that actually just gets me to that 120 limit, so I'm not too sad about that. And as for the rest of it, let's just keep plowing ahead, and we will engage at Unaria. Baka, your Civ Science division is both the laughingstock of the galaxy and most respected at the same time in your game. Please explain, Maka. Alright, the Akano Nation, seeing the wisdom of our leadership, has declared that they will give 59.90 in terms of energy credits and 43.20 in terms of minerals. I can see no downside to this. And in fact, I'm going to take that money and I'm going to use it to... We're at 1,500. I should only need 500 for the... Sorry, I should only need 5,000 for present use. So, if I terraform this tomb world, I do not have climate restoration. So much for that. Okay, then this seems to make the most sense, seeing as we're already terraforming. And of course, the 10K here will cover me for my immediate obligations. So you have the most technologies, but your science teams have died in 20 of 20 excavations. So you're not very good archaeologists, but you are very good at doing science. Okay, we got our flak cannons, upgraded flak batteries with new, more powerful shrapnel rounds. Again, this is to try and deal with the fighters that will be emerging from the gray goo. Next up, so I can do standardized cruiser patterns for faster building. Neutronium armor is kind of tempting because if I take a look at these alternatives, so it's 38 there. So it's 38 for all of them, but I'm already ahead. I think I'm actually going to go for the Neutronium armor on this one, just because that seems to be a nice little boost ahead of time. You got revenge on the shard, though. May burn in heck. I'm still waiting. We have a fleet that can deal with it, but I do want to make sure that I deal with my my present conflict.
Finalized.
Okay. Now, one thing that's a bit of a curiosity for me is where the sort of the nano fleet came from. In terms of locations, like so these are the most likely, but it sort of invites its own set of questions in terms of why they took the path that they did. Okay, we look like we're in fairly good shape in terms of getting everybody to Unaria in safety. Through hard work and experience, scientist Ganak Wek has developed new skills.
Construction finalized.
All right. Let's get rid of... Actually, these are not expensive at all. I thought these things were going to cost like a couple thousand. All right, what do I want you guys to do? So this is currently a mining world. production seems sensible. Hollow Theater might also help. Alright, let me just consult my colonies in a box. So yeah, the only other thing I could say is a science building would not hurt. Oh yeah, and I was putting military academies down as well. I think I'm going to punt on this one and put down the military academy again, just because fleet or naval capacity is going to become a bit of an issue for me.
Construction complete.
And getting a nice little bonus. I mean, the other thing too is it gives me something that I can just tear down later if I'm in trouble. Okay, looks like these guys want to try and take a bite off of my my armies.
System resources analyzed.
But it's 82 strength, so. And the key here is to avoid losing ships if possible, and we're just going to heal up at Unaria. The other thing is, once we heal up at Unaria, I'm going to take a different path on the way to Rubiz, just to maximize the number of systems that I occupy. There's a lot of migration happening in the galaxy right now. The reason I'm not signing on to that is, first of all, I'm a bunch of racists, and number two, I may not necessarily get the better half of that exchange.
Construction finalized.
Okay, we didn't lose anything, which makes me happy. Normally I'd want to go heal it, but while we're waiting, we will clear out the riffraff. And what are we looking at? Garrison and assault. So, I mean, these guys are not pushovers. So let's... I should have done this earlier, to be completely honest. So let's take a minute here. Oh, and I've got a bunch of idle ships. Okay, so let's get you to Vate. This was some trepidation that I do this. Alright, so the science ship's done. We need to do another experimental jump just because they don't have any direct path. But, we've got our guy back home. Now, this construction ship. So first up, obviously build the infrastructure. There's hostile units inside this area, so this has to be a gap. And I suppose I'm at a point now where I need to decide like where my expansion's happening. It is kind of tempting to close this gap. The big challenge is that the Nanites might come out if I try and claim the Howling Vortex again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until I have a fleet in place to defend the Howling Vortex, and then effectively what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by building the base. I'm going to park a fleet here, and then in addition, I'm going to build sort of a huge defensive station at the L Gate. So on a multiplayer session, your friends made you swap to the test build, saying that it is more stable for online. Is this true as far as you know? I don't really follow the test builds that closely, Maka the Baka. So generally, I would not associate tests with the most stable versions of things, but this does not mean that your friends have misinformed you. I may be misinformed. We've converted a few planets, so I should probably get the colony ships on their way. So it's already an Alpine world. The aim here is to try and get as many Akano on as many planets as possible so that we can sort of bridge this population gap that we have. I believe if we look at... I think it's under contacts. So one thing I can do is just take a look at who's sort of superior. So 970, 1149, 828, and then equivalent. There's a pretty decent correlation between population size and strength. And it's easy to see why. Like, there's the economic reasons. There's all sorts of different reasons why you would see sort of this, this relationship. But it's pretty clear that that the AI has had some significant bonuses while they were unmolested. And that's one of the ways that they have avoided being my punching bag. Just give me a quick second here. I need to find a pen. So I had it's sort of a batch in terms of, nope, this is Surviving Mars. I had a draft for an ideal fleet. I'm just going to take a minute and take a look at what my existing composition looks like and sort of build around that. So, we've got one Titan. I need to put more ink in this. Looks like battleships take 8, I think. It doesn't actually tell me, but... Oh, no, here we go. 2 battleships, so obviously. Okay. Got... looks like 3 cruisers right now. Technically... Technically 4, because of the interdictor. Okay, destroyers. So those are 2, so that's going to be 19. This is where the numbers get a little bit weird. So, what was I thinking with this original plan? If I double up the destroyers and I double up the corvettes, that leads to 32. But they're now at 38 and 34. Oh, that's right. I think I seem to remember it being I wanted to split one of the stacks. So maybe what I should do here is be 32. I've got space for another 20. I'm kind of tempted to add some more of the heavy hitters, but how you doing, Pax Cecilia Pones? Okay, now the strategic readiness fleet, as far as the division that I just talked about is concerned, 4 battleships, 8 cruisers. That's surprising. Oh, that's right, because I'm prepping for the fact that this doesn't have a Titan in it. Okay, fair enough. So we'll say 4 cruisers and then 4 in replacement for the Titan. So apparently I owe this... No, that still doesn't make sense. Because they're 1 away from the cap. And apparently they are short 6 destroyers and 5... Am I losing my mind here? Oh, right. There's 4 battleships here, not 2. That's where the difference comes from. Okay. Well, honestly, at this point, I think I'm just gonna throw out a corvette. And I think I'm gonna have to reevaluate this. Oh, god damn it. And apparently I've got the wrong class of ship as well. Surely there is a way. I seem to remember there is a way of, like, converting the type of Corvette. I think if I go into the fleet manager. There we go. Sorry guys, I don't know if this is very exciting to watch, but some of this is necessary, so. Now, it is mildly tempting to send this guy to smash these guys at the moment. I could probably get away.
Under assault.
No, you know what? It's not worth it. Transport ship. Happy day. What I am going to be doing here, though, so we're going to be cleaning up these two little areas. Then we're going to be heading back to repair, and then we can deal with them on our way back. We're always going to have to go through this area no matter what. So in this case, I'm sort of going to take advantage of that positioning and turn it into. We are losing a lot of money all of a sudden. We're basically just going to use the fact that we're moving back to take this out. All right, the agreement that we signed giving you access to our databanks has run its course. Would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years, or do your researchers no longer require the information that we offer? We would like to extend the deal. Now, I do need to find another 600 before the artisan troop come calling.
Ships upgraded.
Something ate a bunch of energy.
Construction complete.
And I'm not 100% sure what it is. And it continues to eat. So my largest costs: ship stations, star bases, buildings by far, but that's not surprising. Oh, you know what? It's probably because I've hit some new milestone in terms of my Empire Sprawl or something. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to find some ways to generate some more money, so I will live with that when I can. Construction ship. Let's get you to go build some mining station. These transport ships are sitting on their own, so let's get you to Polystria, which has something to defend you. Okay, these guys are still on their way. I'm happy with this. Again, the idea is to take out whatever little areas I can. Notice that we're starting to make a little bit of a dent in terms of their war score. Let's just put both of these over the world. This isn't going to get me a lot in terms of bombardment, but
scientific progress attained.
Okay, proton launchers. These energy projectiles consist of tightly concentrated protons capable of causing immense damage to the hull of enemy ships. Moving right along, let's go for everything here is expensive. So I am very fond of sensors, but I think I'm going to go for the phase disruptors just so that I have a military to sort of take out any and all comers. So hopefully it's a quick little repair job and we will head on our way to reclaim this little intersection. This thing is doing a very respectable job, by the way. It's just that their existing fleets are so weak, there's nothing they can really do about it. So I am mildly curious to see if anybody's getting big chunks of their empire eaten into.
Construction finalized.
Okay, so this science ship... Oh, that's right. So I could be setting myself up for a world of hurt. It's actually also tempting to like not... Yeah. It's tempting to not have a scientist on this thing, but I'm essentially doing this so I can get an idea in terms of what I'm up against inside the L gate, and hopefully it doesn't inspire any baddies to come back through that gate. Okay, as for the rest of you, again, I got a bunch of worlds with people who want jobs. I can go for... Got rare planetary features, dust caverns. Pretty sure we've already taken advantage of that. Yeah. So this is an agri world. This is really a man who has everything world at this point. I could put down an energy grid, but honestly, it doesn't really generate enough energy to justify that. I could... I think at this point I'm going to try and get it to produce sort of rare goods that I don't have in abundance. So in this particular case, let's get them building a synthetic crystal plant. Now the problem is that this only produces one job. How are you doing, Rarmonger? Okay, my industrial world. Best case for these are to build as many civilian fabricators as possible. We've already got the Ministry of Production, so this thing should be cranking out as much as humanly possible. There's a lot of free work. Again, in the worst case scenario, I can put down another energy generator. Oh, but we don't have a military academy, so we'll do one of those. And Kabji is a tech world, so really if it doesn't... like... It should basically be... It should be science forever on this world, essentially. Kind of. It's very spread out, but I don't actually have that much. So like if you compare this, there's sort of this pale looking area. This is all mine. But one of the more meaningful comparisons is to take a look at the relative power. So I currently have 584 pops. The people who are superior in strength have got 969, 1152, and 834. So in this case, we have our work cut out for us. And of course, the AI is getting a bunch of like bonuses and stuff like that. I also need to make a decision in terms of what I'm doing with these armies.
Our research has progressed.
Yeah, like this is totally unacceptable now. Unless I can actually secure a pathway, my guys aren't going to be able to do anything about an invasion. But there's no rush for the invasion, so... Oh. Let's get you healing first. Okay, manifest destiny. We must have the courage to seize our fate and make true what was always meant to be. Moving on. We do have climate restoration. We can get ridiculous amounts of food for no reason. Habitability modification. I think the collective self, especially because it'll give me a reduction in leader upkeep, which will mean that I get more energy credits. I'm actually particularly worried about the energy credits situation because I genuinely did not know that we were doing so poorly as far as... I always thought we were doing like a couple of hundred worth of... we're doing a couple of hundred worth of income. You know what's probably true? Nope, these are all sitting in the right spot. Why am I losing so much money then? Obviously, I have a way out. I'm just gonna generate a bunch of energy worlds, but okay, the Econo Nation has joined the favorable pact. Now, the Econo Nation likes me, so I'm not too worried about their presence there, but again, it just means that the pact is growing stronger, and I don't have a good answer for it yet. Yeah, a lot of people keep commenting on... I have not unpaused the game, I'm an idiot. A lot of people keep commenting on how wide I'm going, but honestly, like, I am very happy with the way this has turned out so far. Wait, did we... Holy smokes. We actually fought them off. Yeah, I think the biggest thing here is that there's obviously some big penalties coming from the Empire Sprawl. But like it's nothing I haven't been able to manage. And what it has done, while it's a little hard to manage in terms of the in terms of just making sure that there aren't like places people can sort of invade from, I think there's something to be said for the options that it's giving me in terms of expansion. Like just all of these planets are something that I'm going to be able to colonize and sort of put towards resource production, which is why I don't know. It's why I've been pretty content with this setup. Although again, I suspect something has changed. There's probably been a patch in the past week, because we were making a couple of hundred, and we are making very much not that. I actually wouldn't be surprised if it was as steep as like divide by 10. Was there some sort of area boss system in this game? What do you mean, MRA6? Please tell me you're healing. Okay, good. Also, I probably should stop being a baby as far as these, as far as this garrison's concerned. Like, we have 700 strength. Oh, sure, like, I mean, in terms of stuff that you can't control, like, everyone that's not your empire you can't control. But in terms of, like, NPC-style things, you've got the Marauders, you've got the Stagnant Ascendancy, the Fallen Empires. And then, currently in the L cluster, speaking of, I feel like my science ship should be... Okay, yeah, they're on their way. Then there's sort of like mid-game crisis events like the L Gate, and then there are end-game crisis events, which we have no indication in terms of what that's going to be. All right. But I want to see what happens to this guy when he goes through. He sees something that man was not meant to see. Okay, so... Mothership. Holy smokes. We can do some serious damage to these guys right now. There's a bigger worry in terms of what happens if these guys get in on the action. And unfortunately, my sensors do not extend to the rest of this area. But yeah, there's a couple of weaker enemies here right now that we can actually go toe-to-toe with. Oh, you don't need to give it, but you absolutely can turn people into vassals if you want. Like, if I wanted, I could turn these... I already have turned some of them into sectors. But on top of that, I could actually release some of these as vassals if I was so inclined. you can conquer to turn them into vassals, but you can also actually spin them off as a vassal. So in this case, you'll give them a certain degree more autonomy than just a sector. Speaking of sectors, just want a quick idea in terms of my. So there's the option here. There's got to be a point at which I turn some of these into proper sectors. Okay, piracy's rearing its head again, but that's not a tremendous surprise. I don't think piracy is the reason why we're losing money. Well, it's slowly on its way back up. You know, I'll worry about that later because honestly, I've kind of got bigger priorities at the moment. Okay, so we're gonna take this system. If we hang on to this, I'm gonna be pleased as punch, but it's not a requirement. So this is a little ambitious in the fact that we're going to be taking on 2 fleets and then a starbase. Again, the priority has always been to avoid losing ships where I can.
Science vessel destroyed.
All right. Well, that's my fault. Like, I don't know what I was expecting, but the question is, do I want to bring out another scientist? Not with my current energy, so I think we'll just let them hang on. But I mean, they didn't die in vain. Knowing that apparently those ships are not really being substantially repaired.
Commencing workforce liberation.
I should be able to actually get a toehold in this area at least. Okay, what does the invasion look like?
System resources analyzed.
Hopefully we don't lose this guy.
Planetary workforce liberated.
Okay. So slouching towards Bethlehem. In the worst case scenario, we get sort of a settle status quo.
Construction complete.
Ooh, I don't like this at all. I think I am going to need to give an escort to my armies.
System resources analyzed.
And it looks like they are getting brave. They might actually come to try and retake some of their territory. So, this will not be good for the pocketbook. But seeing as I don't like people taking back their territory, we're going to send in the reserves and... you know what? We're just going to send them to secure Jammer. Oh, Amaka's got another question, sorry. So MRA6, you mean some areas where an NPC governor manages the area. So yeah, that's the sector system. Basically, I don't use this too much. But if I got really tired of micromanaging everything. So there's a governor right here. Now, currently auto build is disabled, but if I was so inclined, I could give it a balanced production or manufacturing focus, and effectively the AI would kind of take this over and manage the sector for me. The other thing that I can do with these sectors, where if I don't want them to be a direct responsibility of my empire anymore, I can turn them into a vassal, and there can be reasons for doing that. You might get some benefits for having vassals. You might also want to lower your empire sprawl. There can be a few reasons in terms of why that's an advantageous choice. I am told that vassals are actually quite strong in this game, but I mean, I'm getting a tributary. We'll see whether or not that bears out. But yeah, there are a few different options that you have along those lines, MRA6. So Maka says, system you found either a unique not mentioned benefit of hive minds or it's a bug. If a hive mind is the one to found a federation, the federation president never changes. I was under the impression that hive minds couldn't, so Stalt consciousness. This ethic allows for a unique playstyle where the entire empire is considered to be a singular massive organism, being or collective directed by a central consciousness mind, and every individual is merely an extension of that collective conscious mind. Yeah. Okay, so can't use any of these default authorities, can't use full orbital bombardment, rulers are immortal, native pops are not affected by happiness and will not join factions, native pops cannot survive in empires with a different authority, non-native pops cannot... Yeah, so there's nothing in this setup that says that they can't make federations, so then the next question is... federations are groups of empires that band together for mutual benefit. Can only be created from an empire that adopts the federation tradition. I thought there was a slight difference in terms of like the trees that you get, because I think like if you're something like a what is it, fanatic purifier, it doesn't make any sense to have the tradition or the federation. So yeah, harmony is replaced by synchronicity. Diplomacy. Huh. Yeah, nothing saying that a hive mind can't be a federation leader. So. Interesting. Yeah, I never really thought of it that way. But I mean, there's nothing inherent. I suppose there's nothing inherent to a hive mind that says that it can't form a federation. Oh, I need to do my, speaking of traditions, so I can extend leader lifespan, or I think I'm going to do mind and body. So by embracing a combination of new meditation techniques and healthier eating habits, a large segment of our population enjoys a greater life expectancy than ever before. This will hopefully help me with the costs of... Alright, well, some much needed energy credits. Again, we're gonna put a freeze on any
evading hostiles.
On any energy credits. Okay. I guess we found where the L gate is. And of course, more importantly, we know that something is hunting us in this area. I have 2 science ships? Oh, man. Run, little guy. Oh, Jesus. So how many science ships do we have running around now? 2, 3, 4. All right, well... 4 will do. All right, now my construction ships have been kind of idle. This is because I've not been properly managing everything. So we're going to take Duraskadin first because it's got mad energy, and then of course we've got the volatile motes. So this will be a tidy little profit. These guys currently healing. Eventually I want them to take Rubiz. Yeah, so the Nautilus Squadron is 1k power, so technically they will have enough to take out this this station without any other information.
Construction finalized. System resources analyzed.
These guys are kind of taking their time.
Construction finalized.
So again, it would be nice if I didn't have to deal with this, but honestly the strategic readiness fleet should just come in and slap them around, so. Well, woe to this construction ship. We'll move our guys into Rubiz right away. Now, one of the challenges here is that there are going to be fleets on either side, so it's going to be a little bit of a hard trip to get my army through safely. But in the worst case scenario, I can turn around from Rubiz and go immediately to the north. Looks like I have to do that, actually, no matter what. Because these guys are going to get caught. So they're heading straight down Matsonia. So again, ideally we won't lose any ships, but we don't know that for sure.
System resources analyzed.
We've got a free science ship now, so where are you? Thought that was... Oh, here we go. So they're sort of free to kick around where they weren't before. Okay, now let's think a little bit about what I want my expansion to look like in this part of the galaxy. There is a light argument to try and take this little spot because of the volatile motes. Yushikaran gives me a bit of energy and minerals. Yeah, see, all of these aren't that exciting if I don't have the Howling Vortex. It seems like there are slightly better opportunities for me kind of in this part of the galaxy. So let's see what our options are. I've kind of already got a ship taking care of all of this, so let's prioritize energy. And that looks like if I go sort of along this path, because there's basically energy in almost every single one of these sectors. And again, we want to keep an eye on that number. Okay, nice little chance to munch on some army units. Now, unfortunately, how are we looking for health? Well, I mean, we've got some people with low armor, but the health is looking pretty good. So in this particular case, we're going to turn around and take these guys on directly. I'm going to move the army into this region. This is again just me trying to be a little more secure in terms of getting my troops where I need them to be.
Station under assault.
So what are we looking at here? They are actually... Okay, so I think they're still going to take this, but they are quite weak for that. This is just kind of ensuring the path that I want them to take already. Alright, I might have chased them down in another life, but I'm just going to take the opportunity to sneak into the next target for the invasion. They got 21, which presumably they're going to put on the planet right away. And the garrison is 92, so I should really just begin the invasion immediately. We are still negative 35 for the war goals, so what I think is probably going to happen... Oh, Jesus, I'm still paused. They might get away, which will make me sad. Anyways, we're going to set these guys up for some healing. Once they're done healing, I'm going to send them... I think I'll actually send them to the sector capital, as lame as that seems. And the main reason for that is I'd like the Grand Herald to sort of focus on taking out big bases like at Kotor. All right, and it looks like we are going to have another big fight with the Grey Tempest. It might sort of make a sense. It would be kind of neat if there was an option for science ships to wait, what? Apparently the Tempest Shoal was involved in one of these. Okay, this is good news. Against my better judgment, I think we're just going to go straight to Beetlejuice and then Kochab. Now, the problem with this is that this gives my... This basically gives sort of a path for enemy fleets to go through and cut off some of my army units. But the idea is there's going to be some backup in the form of the Strategic Readiness Fleet. Okay. Yeah, so something in this system apparently said that the Tempest Shoal was involved. And I don't quite believe that. How you doing, Ed Baver? Okay, now before we move ahead, and again, I'm sorry for the slower progress on this, but I have a big empire and I need to make sure that I'm not ignoring the people management part. Okay, so I'm going to need to find 2 more jobs before the end of this. How are we doing for exotic gases? We are getting a bit light. And this is a tech world, so anything that isn't related to generating science is less than ideal. In this case, I will build another research facility. Oh, actually, I can save myself the trouble because we're getting low on housing. And this will give me 2 more clerk jobs. But I've kind of, it's already a foregone conclusion in terms of how I want to spend this this location, so I'll get the research lab built anyway. Same story with Kabji, I think. Like, am I really going to do anything other than build a science building here? Maybe like a stronghold or something along those lines, but that's not the most convincing argument I could make at the moment. So I'll build a lab, but I'm going to need to spend some time upgrading my existing ones. Now, Tybur has a little bit of everything that I want them to have. In this case, though, I'm going to get them making more exotic gases. I'm sure there's something about the refineries that is resulting in me paying through the nose for this. Sosta. Yes, Sosta is there's a lot of activity on my phone tonight. Okay, everything's good. Oh, by the way, I think I found that book title. The Lady Tasting Tea. So the full title is The Lady Tasting Tea, How Statistics Revolutionized Science in the 20th Century, and it's by David Salzberg. So it has no equations in it. If you are turned off by equations and, formulas and whatnot, fear not. But I found it a very enjoyable read, and kind of my criteria for finding anything worthwhile, I learned something in it, so it was worth it for me. Okay, let's review the position. We're on our way to Kochab, which is good. Anything that will be going through these areas can probably be managed by some of the star bases. That's more of an open question. And we're going to have some backup in place to help our armies. The existing army, of course, is just going to go straight to the world. It's 134. Like, it is a fairly beefy army that they have. I don't want to be too reckless about it, but it's not insurmountable. And I am going to have some. I'm going to have some backup coming in a little bit. Can you write that in here just so you get that right? Sure.
System resources analyzed.
I'd give you an ISBN
Together
number,
we
but
will
I don't
build a
have it
brighter future.
offhand, unfortunately. Okay, Ceradon, apparently I created some... trouble with. The collective self. So leader upkeep down. Hopefully that'll be helping me with my energy credit situation. Finding aspects of the self within the group is natural and inevitable. Eventually those shared aspects must be valued higher than individual identities. Zro, an extremely rare aerosol of exotic particles. It has been deposited on a number of worlds through meteor impacts, but its true origin is a mystery. If ingested by psionically gifted individuals, Zro acts as a very potent and addictive drug that enhances psi abilities. Tempting and cheap. Resort World. Resort World modifier added, giving the following effects. Other Empire colonies, amenities plus 15%, immigration pull plus 15%, habitability plus 100%. Cool. Not the strongest thing I can go for. I think I'm going to go for this row here, even though I'm not actually following a psychic word. Okay, Ceradon, why do you have unemployment? Because you have slaves. Actually, speaking of Paradia... that's right, I put miners instead of energy credits. I should do a quick audit of my existing colonies. Perfect. Okay, so... You're just doing energy... You're just doing generator districts for the rest of your life, boys. Yeah, I'm not so sure about this decision to go city districts only in retrospect. But that's fine. This will all balance. I mean, the thing is that I am surprised at it dropping so low. I'm not surprised by us having a bit of an energy credit deficit, just because the aim has been to colonize as many worlds as possible, and that's going to mean that there's sort of this growing phase where we're not really generating a whole lot.
Commencing workforce liberation.
All right. I am kind of curious if we lose anyone on this.
System resources analyzed.
Nope.
Planetary workforce liberated.
Trouble in Paradise. Local political drama on Paradaya has resulted in increased support among a small group of rebels opposed to our underlying ethics. Their increased support have enabled them to gain more power in the region and vote for their own courses with limited success. We can say, we stand divided. 3 pops on Paradaya convert 1 step closer to pacifism. Or suppress the opposition. 1 pop in Paradaya converts 1 step closer to pacifism and adds the suppressed opposition modifier to Paradaya with the following. That looks like that's a permanent change. So we will say we stand divided.
Together we will build
and
a brighter future.
what we might want to try and do is institute some changes that will bring them closer to my ethics. Okay, neutronium armor. This incredibly dense and strong material can resist firepower that would turn armor made of any other alloys into slag. Moving right along. Mega cannons, devastator torpedoes, mineral purification hubs. Okay, so obviously we're going to go for the big shooty. And I think a mega cannon is a nice way to announce that we mean business. Now again, I don't expect the war to finish by taking that last world, but we'll be a lot closer to it, and essentially what that will reduce the problem down to is sort of gobbling up whatever sort of individual systems I can get my hands on. And that's a decidedly easier proposition. Essentially what I can do is I can take the Grand Herald, I can get them to sort of clear out... what it'll basically be is the Grand Herald is going to clear out anything that has a starbase, like a proper defensive structure in it. So Kotor, Jinog, Etichi, Gamsea, and looks like that's... and of course the thing on our border. And then from there, the remaining forces will just sort of clear out the simpler like undefended systems, and essentially we're just going to try and nibble off as many bits as we can until we get enough to enforce our wishes. Automated dreadnought.
Evading hostiles.
Get out of there. Tiber 1 Anti-Alien Task Force. In an apparent response to our operations on their primitive world, many of the Bakata nation states on Tiber 1 have momentarily put aside their squabbling to form a new supranational military organization. According to local media, this task force has been charged with defending their planet from, quote, hostile activities perpetrated by an unknown alien agency against the Bactata species as a whole. So apparently, this primitive world has formed XCOM. XCOM with bows and arrows. Sorry about your ships. Okay, so it looks like we've kind of secured the path, which is nice. I am going to try and hold out to unite these armies. Let's take a look at what the boss man's up to. Okay, that's stronger than I'm able to take on. Wait, how did they get through? Well, I guess there's nothing stopping them from coming from the north. This is not going to be strong enough to take them on, unfortunately. So, as much as it pains me to do so, I'm actually going to have to turn this fleet around and deal with them that way. Now, this does open my transport fleet here to a little bit of danger. So what I just want to see... Okay, so this is a 90 strength fleet. Now again, 90 strength fleet can still kill an undefended army. So I want to make sure that it's eliminated as a threat. All right, and what are we looking at here for defenses? Their defenses are even less than what the last one was, so. And if we get any hints that these guys are going to be trying any funny business, we'll send the Grand Herald out to protect, but okay, they retreated, so good news there. Okay, Grand Herald is back and ready for more, so we're going to take it to Jinnog first. And again, this is just kind of the cleanup crew phase, so essentially the transport fleet's going to move to Kochab. I feel okay keeping them undefended for the reason that they're not going to be going through this hostile system. Basically, my guys are going to be moving through, so I've got an offensive fleet which is moving to their bases, their stronger points. And my transport's going through areas where they don't have a presence. The only thing I really need to worry about is potentially losing any ships in this fleet to the star bases. Okay. Looks like is it Betria or yeah, Betria. So just at this point, I'm automatically colonizing for all of these because again, I want to get my
scientific progress attained.
I want to get my my population up as high as possible, as quickly as possible, even if that means sort of yeah, we're okay. Even if this means that I take on more debt than I was hoping. Okay, more phase disruptors. Phase disruptor, extremely high yield disruptors that fire quantum energy charges, causing incredible damage to those unfortunate enough to get in their way. And we can take the arc emitter, which I think has a real, yeah, it's damage from 1 to 1300. So average damage 80-30 per tick. But it's got a little bit of variability. So again, Guardian Point defense is very tempting, knowing what we're up against with the Nanites. The thing is that if you can deal with the presence of the Nanite ships, you don't have that much to fear from those guys. I think we're going to just go straight to the next one here. I think we'll maybe pause at Rubies to for a little break. But we should be able to take these two bases without losing any ships. I am a little curious in terms of what kind of change it's going to cause in terms of the war score when I take all of their populated worlds. I suspect I'm still going to have to again nibble off some of these existing systems, but okay, let's get you to. All right, he's got nothing to do because apparently the Tempest Shoal is being a bit of a jerk. Okay, the thing that makes me really nervous is the possibility... Yeah, they're really close. Gonna make him jump to Chort and hope that there's nothing dangerous.
Construction finalized.
Okay, so we're running a deficit now. Oh, but that's only a temporary one. It seems like there isn't really a good way of kind of automating construction ships. Okay, this is an idle science ship. Right, because there's nothing we can do in this area right now. So let's send them here. Too far? It'd be kind of nice if I could say get evasive as soon as you land, but I'm gonna have to do that manually. Okay, let's watch the cleanup. So I can save myself a little bit of money by sending these guys and docking them back to the capital world, but what I would like to do before any of that, I'd like to get sort of the low-hanging fruit in terms of sort of intermediate.
Striking at the lair of the oppressor.
Basically, I just want to try and get the easy systems before I send the Grand Herald on
Planetary
a bigger mission.
Collectivized.
Okay, what are we looking at for war goals? So I need 10 points in terms of war goals. We've sort of taken everything down here. If I were, like, if I was completely forced to close out this war, I would, first of all, I will wipe these guys out. I would basically just want to take this one, and then I would do sort of the status quo piece. Now again, I want to turn these guys into a tributary. I want everything. So we are going to send the Grand Herald to go and claim some other lands. But we've got sort of the main point of this little expedition. All right. I have a feeling we're going to be selling quite a bit of minerals in exchange for cash for the next little while. Should probably be paying attention to this breakdown in terms of costs a little bit closer, but the real worry is going to be to maintain my my research agreements and such. As long as I'm able to afford those, I really don't mind running deficits. Okay, so first things first, let's clobber these guys, and then I think we're just going to go straight to Coder. Essentially what I'm doing here, this isn't even about pursuing war score, although that's obviously nice. The main thing that I'm focusing on right now is just trying to make sure that if I have to status quo piece this, it will at least give me...
Our research has progressed.
It'll at least give me sort of territory that, like, is sensibly attached to my existing region. If I lose this stuff, it's unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world. Like, obviously I'm also gonna have to spend some time defending this against the Nanites, so. Alright, what do I want for social research? I don't really need more food, although obviously I can sell that on the open market. Who was that? That was Gorik Vikub? I probably did not pronounce that even remotely close to the correct, or what was intended, but thank you very much for the follow there. Climate restoration is always tempting because of converting those tomb worlds, but the fact of the matter is I'm going to be a bit cash poor for the next while. So I think in this particular case, You know what? I will do nano vitality crops. I hate having huge surpluses like this, but it's inexpensive. It's something I can sell. And usually whenever I let imbalances like that factor into my empire, I wind up regretting it. Okay, colony. You don't have enough pops to do what I want to do. What? Yeah. Okay. Let's start with a good old-fashioned monument. So the monument is going to give me 2 culture worker jobs. That'll bring us up to 10. All right. And get 1 extra job out of that, so we will build 2 more generator districts for good measure. Obviously, the generator districts will help me out with my current financial situation. Now, it's going to be kind of interesting to see if I can catch up with this fleet. I suspect I will not.
Construction
In the meantime,
complete.
I just also want to see where the gap is. It looks like the Sondrithians did jump ahead. I've fallen in terms of score, although, again, it's not clear. Oh, interesting. So the Zathorians have actually pushed ahead of one of the... they've pushed ahead of one of the fallen empires because of their federation. Yeah, this federation's definitely harmed me. Now, technology. 28, 29. So yeah, it does look like the Sondrithians are a worry. And again, they're all in a big, they're in a big, strong federation. So I don't have an immediate answer for them, but I'm okay playing the long game on this. And I'm idle with my construction ships again because I'm bad at managing. Yeah, we'll leave that be. This is not a bad illustration
Hostile
of how
reactionaries detected.
the Grey Tempest has emerged in Ibaka. That is totally fine. So the Sondrithian is going to have to prove that they're capable of holding their own. Now, if they start heading towards my territory, there will be hell to pay, but... my one regret is they might actually be heading towards the Andigonge, which is a much weaker group. Anyways, yeah, so the plan here, I think anytime I directly try to harm the Federation, that's going to be a recipe for disaster. So essentially what I want to be doing... there's going to be a few factors that I need to take into account. So right now, I've got spare capacity of about 148. So essentially, I have another free fleet whenever I want to build it, and I have no shortage of alloys. In fact, it's possible that I might be getting to a point where I need to start spending some of the alloys. I've held off building another fleet because obviously I don't have the economy to sustain it. So one of the first priorities I need to start focusing on. I hope I have that colony ship already on the way. So colony ship on Alvis, but apparently Betria 3 does not have a colony ship. Nope. I was wrong. It's
System
in Alvis, but Alvis is my
analyzed.
capital world. Anyways, so basically, I've been expanding out to the galaxy as a whole to get my economy back on track. So this is going to have the consequence of me not fielding as large of a navy as I would normally like. But essentially, what I'm banking on with this strategy is that my my existing navy will be capable of defending me and sort of keeping me going while I build enough sort of infrastructure to be able to support sort of a third full-sized fleet. In reality, of course, I'm 20 below on each of my existing fleets, so in reality, I'm a little bit short of a third major fleet. But of course, once I have sort of a third full-strength fleet, there's going to be a couple of nice things that happen as a result of it. Number one, I'm going to be able to send them out to deal with the Guardians, and I don't necessarily need to worry about losing very precious units. I'm really curious where these guys are going. So in this particular case, just because it says that you're strong enough to take the thing on, if you have to take your entire navy to basically get that thing just a little bit past a draw, you've not made a very tactically sound decision. Like, what stops your neighbor from turning around and beating the crap out of you when you're repairing your fleets? So to be able to have sort of like a couple of full-strength fleets kicking around while I deal with Guardians is nice. And of course, that's going to give me access to Polygar 5, which is a pretty decent planet, if memory serves. Yeah, lots of energy. So that's actually going to be kind of priority number one for claiming. Some other things too, like extra energy will allow me... It'll allow me to afford... some extra, how should I put it? It will, like, in terms of building some of the star bases. So like I need to deal with piracy here. Now, obviously I can send some fleets to sort of deal with the piracy, but as far as my routes are concerned, we've got 1 here, 2 here, and it looks like we've actually gotten rid of... Oh. I kind of wish that we went through these spots. I guess it's because it considers it a shorter distance because it's not bouncing through as many systems. I mean, maybe it makes sense for me just to put a base there and be done with it. But yeah, anyways, I've got 3 star bases that I can build. So if I wanted to deal with piracy, one... actually, it might just be the one here. I definitely want one at the Howling Vortex, which is here. And did I actually build my big scary? No, I've not built my big scary. So 1 here, 1 here, and then 1 in the Howling Vortex. So I've kind of got the 3 already spoken for. I'll obviously want more star bases eventually, but I also kind of need to start using my existing star bases to generate more. All right, I need to find... I've run out of cheap things to do with that labor. Just taking a minute here and looking for places that will happily take my slaves. Not too many of them at the moment. So let's say... one there. I may wind up regretting this because it's going to mean that there's more of these things that wind up sort of spawned on my worlds. Of course, I can always sort of outlaw their breeding. I'd prefer not to do that because it is still labor, but Going to sleep, need to give your full 33% at work tomorrow. All right, have a good one, Warmonger. Did I ever ask what you do for work? No need to answer that, obviously. I'm just mildly curious. I hope you have a good sleep, and I hope you give 33 and a third. Give a little something extra, having seen the world's least exciting Stellaris stream. Anyways, I hope you have a good time at work. A community manager. Is that in gaming or is that in something different? And have we had this conversation before? Because I'm going to feel like a jerk if we have.
Well, that will set quotas back.
What will? You can't just say something like that and not... Oh, hello. The Grey Tempest has appeared in Kabji. God damn it! Ah! Cool. Well, Romonger, I don't want to keep you. I don't want to keep you from bed, but at some point, I would love to know if you are willing to share what you work with. Because I will happily, I don't know, I don't think I can tout, but I am just personally interested in terms of what you manage, because apparently I've been asleep at the wheel on this, but obviously that doesn't have to be tonight because I'm already dragging you further, and I also have to deal with the fact that I was not paying attention. So in the Taramda system, NDA online is okay. Fair enough. What's the Great Tempest? Sungif. Good question. So when we open the L gate, have a good one. Thank you very much. Oh man, they're coming for my blood. So Sungif, when I opened the L gate, we had a number of very scary sort of nanite baddies that showed up, and they are now on their way to eat everything that I love. So basically, this is it's basically three cruisers and a Titan, and what they do is they kind of go from system to system and just eat eat your precious goods. So what's happened with me, it's not just one, it's two of them. So one has come out through Kabji, which is alarmingly close to my capital when all is said and done. And then another one's come out through the Howling Vortex. And the real problem with these is that they're just going to be munching on everything that steps in their way, and it's all going to be my stuff. So the real challenge is that my fleets are currently dealing with this war. I am ever so close to sealing the deal on this thing. I need 7 war score to see it through. So you know what I think I'm going to do here? This is going to be an absolutely insane approach. But I can kind of see a way of making this work. So I'm going to repurpose the strategic readiness fleet, and I'm actually going to make them an offensive fleet for the purposes of this. Because if Coder and Yoiskapis are enough to push our war score over the edge, I want that to happen. I'm going to go to my capital world, and I am going to try and build sort of a best reply fleet. This is going to do one of two things. This is either going to kind kind of become available to immediately deal with this threat. So 1, 2, 3, 4 battleships. I'm going to use the template that I've made for the strategic readiness fleet. So 8 cruisers. Destroyers. Okay, I've got 8 destroyers right now. We'll wait for the rest. So first thing we need to do, we need to finish this war. Second, we need to get my fleets back in my space, and we need to focus on taking out each of these individually. So we take out the first Grey Tempest, we repair. We take out the second Grey Tempest, we repair. This is going to mean that we're going to lose some sectors. That's unfortunate. I will probably put some priorities in terms of worlds like Kabji, where I'm going to be losing pops. It's actually specifically why I did not colonize anything near the Howling Vortex. But effectively what I need to do is I just need to systematically repair, upgrade if possible, deal with problem number 1 and then move on, and essentially kind of do it in these layers, because if I just kind of rush everyone in as I have to do something kind of response, we're going to get taken out by these things immediately. So, Flobe, now you understand why you couldn't get into this game. Look at how complex this is. Holy crap. Well, the thing is that, like a lot of things that you learn, it's kind of like there's a lot of special cases that might emerge, and there are some basic things that you always do. And I always find it beneficial to sort of focus on the I always do this kinds of actions if possible. All right, so this is a Forge world. So can I build a Ministry of Production yet? I can. All right, good news. And then I need to find 4 more jobs. So for that, I've got a ridiculous number of volatile motes, so we'll upgrade that. That'll give me another 3 jobs, so we're still short 1. I will upgrade this building as well. Oh, you know what? I won't upgrade that building. I will build another city district. By the way, for those of you who do not know him, Flobe is a streamer. Last I saw was playing League of Legends, but I think... Or no, it was Fortnite. So do a few maybe more popular games, although Stellaris is a very popular game, in my neck of the woods at least. But definitely something, more of the stuff that sort of maybe your non-gaming friends and family will have heard of. A smaller streamer, but I originally found them doing Cultist Simulator. And of course, I think every time Flobe sees me playing a game, it winds up being one which is defined as like a complicated game to play. And I think this is just a reputation that I should embrace. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask them, because the funny thing is this, like, obviously on a relative basis, this is meaningless, but I would actually say that Stellaris is probably the most new player friendly out of the Paradox Grand Strategy games. And of course, this is the big catch, is that
Center lost.
Compared, like, depending on what you're comparing it to, like, if you're comparing it to Europa Universalis 4, well, that's not going to be a lot of comfort. If, on the other hand, you're comparing it to Candy Crush, then it's like, oh, this is a straightforward thing to pick up. But needless to say, so one of the first streams that I did was me learning, not Cultist Simulator, Crusader Kings 2. So I figure if I can learn that game on stream, anybody can learn a Paradox strategy game. Did I give up on Age of Wonders? No, I quite enjoy it. It's just that Stellaris is my usual Monday game, and Age of Wonders is something that I covered because it was a new release, and then I'm going to be covering that sort of on my more free days. I'm also probably going to do a few more like YouTube style videos of it. So Age of Wonders is a wonderful game. It's a little bit like Imperator Rome. I'm one of the few people who liked Imperator Rome. But if there's sort of an expectation that I'm going to be doing a playthrough that I had sort of begun before that game was released, I kind of want to make sure that I'm at least somewhat consistent in terms of the material. But yeah, I enjoyed Planetfall quite a bit. We'll be returning to that for sure. We've encountered some form of alien vessels in the Kelvin Maelstrom system. These strange objects have been flagged as the Sade Menace until we can learn more about them. We should proceed with caution. All right, so this is Void Clouds. But it shouldn't take a whole lot for us to research them, so... Okay, Riak's got... Right, Riak is empty for a reason. And do I have... Okay, I've got idle construction ships and science ships, so... Again, the focus here is to try and get... Oop, I'm out of alloys, that's right. Okay, well, they'll hang out. And we'll set you on evasive and auto-explore. So this is where the bad guys came from. And yeah, I'm gonna be very sad to lose all of these precious resources.
Special inquiry concluded.
I still think the answer is going to be to stay the course, finish this war if I can, and then deal with the biggest fire as time goes by. All right, an investigation into a peculiar cluster of debris and space dust has yielded surprising results. It is a particulate cloud bristling with a powerful charge of unknown origin that has no business exhibiting simple reflexive actions, let alone moments with purpose, and yet it does. There's something undeniably ominous about the hazy subject of the relayed video feeds. Perhaps there are things in the universe that we should not tangle with. Let us watch, but not interfere with it.
Sit log updated.
Okay, let's do 2 months. What am I giving up for that 2-month study? Guardian Point Defense is actually something I would like to have available as soon as possible, so... Again, this is entirely about getting the war score for the tributary, so that we can move on to deal with the greater threat. The good news is if we can take those ships out without too many casualties, this will put me in a really good position to try and take out the sort of their home bit in the, you know what? I'm gonna send you to Palestrea instead. It'll help us sort of take out the L gate. I'm slightly nervous about the fact that I can't see the Tempest Shoal anymore. I mean, I'm happy that I only have to deal with one of these things, but they've already taken out my star base, and presumably they're going to be bombing my my world here. And so the other thing is that was a fairly expensive star base that they just wiped out, so this is also going to cost me a lot in terms of alloys. But yeah, I'm going to have a very hard time maintaining this world. It is entirely possible that I will lose this system.
Established.
Okay, so we will sell our minerals just to help with the cap. Okay, we're -3. Almost certainly this should
System resources
push us over the edge. Newly found colony. Good news. Let's start you with... Okay, so City District. I'm going to focus on food for this one. Technically there's one more, but also because I'm going to be getting all of these colonies up and running, it's possible that we'll have a food shortage unexpectedly. Yeah, he meant Age of Wonders. Well, sorry, you can see his reply in chat. I don't need to speak for Flobe.
System resources analyzed.
So I'm basically going to heal the Grand Herald and Palestrea and send it to Vite. In the meantime, the Strategic Readiness Fleet is going to take out the base here. Hopefully that'll push us over the 3.
Construction finalized.
And I believe the bombardment has begun. Yes. So I have 24% before pops start dying to this. And of course, they're going to be repairing over time. Their hull damage is not that significant, but they're almost certainly going to be healed by the time that I get there. Unfortunately, there's no way around that. It's just something I have to deal with. This is a really good, I think I was trying to say this before, this is a really good example of the changes that have been brought in from the Apocalypse DLC. You really do need to consider where your fleets are. Otherwise, essentially what's happening here happens.
Scientific progress
it's all well and good that I built a base in Kabji, but if I didn't build something strong enough to withstand an invasion, I can't really turn around and say, okay, well that's, that was a satisfactory, defense. That was me doing the smallest possible amount. I'm going for the gene mod points, just I don't use them that much, but it seems to make as much sense as anything at this point. Okay, so make sure that you get
hostile
healed.
reactionaries detected.
Okay, what's going on
Construction
here?
finalized.
I am okay with this because they're not going to be able to alter the outcome
System resources
in
analyzed.
time. Okay, construction ship, again, just trying to get as much energy as I can. What's the progress on the... Oh, that devastation's getting kind of high. Again, I really don't want to be losing troop or population to this. Okay, so... This is a really tough call. I think I'm actually going to do... Nope, I can't put them there. I am going to send them to Alvis, though. So they're full health, so what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be sending this fleet to do an upgrade at... Actually, you know what? I know these guys are already strong enough to take this out, so maybe I won't... I'm not going to do the upgrade, that's for sure. I may not send them in right away, but I want to have the option of sort of breaking the glass and taking these guys out. So the reasoning here is, if I take the Grand Herald and I send them to Alvis, I'm sort of committing myself to 2 jumps in addition to getting to Sabtrock. And the fact of the matter is these ships move slow. So in this case, I basically want to keep an eye on Kabji. I want to make sure the devastate... I've lost everything that I can in this system right now. The biggest kind of kick in the nuts of this is... the loss of the defensive station, because unlike this war, losing defensive stations to the Nanites means that you lose that permanently. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be giving myself the option to take this thing on when I can, and specifically I'm going to take it on with the knowledge that it will prevent the devastation from creeping up. On the other hand, if I can, I want to make it an unfair fight. If I can have 2 stacks of strong fleets attacking these things, that's better for me overall. And then, of course, with whatever I have left over, once this tributary war is done, I can take my fleets, I can upgrade them and send them through the Howling Vortex and get a toehold in this area. And essentially what I can do is I can stop trying to defend myself at every L-gate exit. Instead, I can set up a base in the terminal egress, which will give me an advantage over my enemies. And it will allow me to sort of use that as a base of operations. Because there is apparently a weak spot which you can take them out with. Why am I not able to upgrade this? Because I don't have enough people. Okay, Riak is still gonna not have anything. Okay, so... Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, you gotta get out of there, my friend.
Finalized.
I don't think he's gonna survive 19 days. But if he does, he gets a medal. Yep. I'm losing too many scientists here. I only have 3 ships now. We used to have many more. But there's not a lot that I can do about this right now, so... Okay, I had 8. I need 5 more destroyers, so... Nice. So, if I can, a big batch of corvettes, but we'll see if I can afford it. Almost certainly our worries with the bad guys will be over by then. Watless, sorry I missed your message. How you doing? Interesting. Okay, I do want to dedicate a science ship to that if I can. Where are they going to go to heal? Fight. I am 100% okay with them hanging out in Rurius to heal up. Actually, honestly, I'm not even going to get him to heal up. I'm going to get him to go to Sabtrock as soon as possible and see if we can maybe... So again, the key here is I want to make sure that I... So look, the effects of planet devastation, that's terrible. I don't want to be living on this planet, but if I can buy myself as much time as possible to take this thing on, that is in everyone's interests. So that is why... Oh, nice. Our war with the Astani Trade Union has ended due to them being vassalized or annexed by the Akano High Kingdom. We have not entered a truce. Well, that was me doing that, so... Wait, what? Okay, gotcha. So I own this. They are properly my vassal. Okay, I just thought I thought we lost all of this. We appear to have underestimated your net value, Acano Variatus. Rest assured that will not happen again. The best possible outcome. Our patience with your mismanagement is wearing thin. Do you intend to run the Astani Trade Union into the ground? Well, I mean, if we have to. Okay, so again, at some point, hopefully they will recover all of this. Oh, good lord. Yeah, that's not so bad, actually. I'd like to, if I can, please tell me I have an energy net. Yes, I do. Glebzachi, what? Oh, right, because these were claims that I had made. Holy God. Yeah, okay. I have a lot of things that I need to deal with because we are currently purging everything. We've got a lot of cool new slaves to play with. That's going to be nice, but... yes, this is unexpected and somewhat unwanted. Okay, so Polystrea. Let's just start with our species management. So, basically what's happened here is our we won the war. Now, because apparently when they become a vassal, I actually also get the systems that I claimed from them. Essentially, I am now responsible for Polystrea. Um, okay, congratulations, you are now slaves. Cannot be employed in ruler. It wouldn't be terrible if I made them as domestic servants. Okay, so we'll at least have some people working on this planet, but obviously we're gonna need some Econo on this world. So yeah, bunch of jobs that are not being fulfilled here, but if I am in a particular pickle, I suppose one of the things that I can do is I can sort of distribute them throughout the region in any places that would have roles for entertainers. What I am slightly curious about, though, so crime is due to the happiness. Now that happiness is not really going to be changing at all. There's already a slave processing facility here. All right, we're gonna let this do work on its own, but I'm probably gonna have to deal with the undesirables. Foreign Empire claims their system, though it rightfully belongs to us. The Astani Trade Union has audaciously okay, well, that's not surprising that they want that back, so. Okay, so let's start by dealing with the Grey Tempest, and we will obviously replace whatever we can when the time comes. I don't know why I think this hunk of rock is colonizable. I have not seen these guys before. The Mechazar Continuance, Custodian Matrix, Ancient Caretakers. Alert, the Mechazaran Superintelligence has decided to open our borders to you, Akanos Variatus. Information Bulletin. Beta Refuge was meant to be fully dedicated to habitation units, but capacity issues forced a shift in focus towards cryogenics during construction. Notice Beta Refuge is currently at capacity and not accepting additional refugees. Okay. Well, I believe we found possibly the last of them. Still at 9, unfortunately. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, so there's actually... Oh, we've also not seen the Falsylvan Ancients. And they're xenophilic, so... Before you ask, no, we will not share our technology. Alright. This will... I can see this... I can sort of see this working out a few ways. So, clearly it's better if the Istran Void Raiders give rise to the Great Khan. If the Great Khan emerges from the Yildar Freeholders, I have yet another sort of crisis event to deal with on my end. Also, let's just take a quick minute here. Decisions, Old Albania belongs in a museum. And I believe I can also take my relics and get another study about the artifacts, advance some of our research. Okay, that's dealt with. Kabji, help is on the way. Slowly, but it's on the way. So I think this might be like it advances 1 a month. I'd be sort of interested in seeing if it corresponds to the turnover. Okay, Nigel 3. So in this case, I'm just reflexively going to send out a colony ship every time that happens. Also, where were we with the... Not connected to a trade network. Well, that's a shame. Okay, so Vite goes to Rurius. Now that I know it's right-click. Oh no, no! So yeah, we're losing some to piracy, but I think I'm just going to have to live with that. Okay. Yeah, we'll carry on. Oh, I did want to... Oh, right, sorry, it was corvettes. So you are currently sitting on 30 of them. I believe it is the Trocutol that I want. Yeah. Only 27 to go. The good news is I am going to have a couple of battleships coming online.
Construction complete.
And looks like tributaries are pretty cool because we just got 137 wealth to put into our pockets.
Construction complete.
Now my hope here is that we sort of breed out the discontents, because clearly I need to get rid of the I need to get rid of this crime. Okay, the month just turned over, so my guess here would be that this should have gone up by 1. It looks like it went up by 2. I got sidetracked.
Together we will build a brighter future.
Okay, Guardian Point Defense Advanced Prediction greatly increases the accuracy of active countermeasure systems. Now again, none of this is going to wind up in terms of the ships going after the Nanites, but it's nice to know that we have the option. In this case, tachyon sensors are the least expensive and will be the greatest benefit, because I need to make sure that I don't get caught like this again. Would have been wonderful if they went into this system rather than mine, but... So yeah, this is getting to the point where I want to consider a response. Otherwise, as it says, since devastation is below 25%, Planetary pops cannot be killed by bombardments. Esteemed High Queen Merg I, a decade ago the Akano High Kingdom pledged to support the artisan troop, and so you have. The time of your patronage is coming to an end, but we would be remiss not to ask. Would you care to renew your subscription to the finest arts and crafts in the galaxy? It is a deal. Okay, so these guys are in position. Derelict is very much not in position. And at this point, I think it's going to be very clear that if the good guys are going to show up, they're going to be showing up quite late. So I think we're going to wait until it's up to 23, and then we make our move. It looks like there's an unemployed ruler. I'm assuming that's because one of these things got bombed down to... No. Why do we have an unemployed ruler? All right, well, lesson learned. Again, I'm really gonna try and delay this as much as possible. I think I'm gonna fall back and say 23. Okay, showtime. And we're going to slow it down, and we're going to play some dramatic music as soon as the good guys show up.
Attained.
New Baldorak announcement. This is General Paltanak, military governor of New Baldorak. I wish to address unsubstantiated reports claiming that there has been a resurgence in rebel activity on this world. Let me tell you now that nothing could be further from the truth. This planet has been fully pacified, and all subversive terrorist elements have been fully rooted out. Its citizens are once again productive members of the greater Dathnak nation. Paltanak out. Interesting. Okay, Mega Cannon, an enormous mass accelerator cannon that can only be placed in a spinal mount that fires monstrously powerful rounds over vast distances. I can modify robots, but again, the focus here is going to be on military applications. So it's tempting to go for Citadels. Actually, in this case, I am going to go for Citadels because that will enable more weapons of war in a little bit. Okay, looks like we're getting ready to charge up. We are still at 23, so we technically had a little bit of spare capacity, but again, it's probably better to be on the short side. All right, the moment of truth. Last stand? I'm not sure this is the right one. The Imperial fleet is kind of the standard. Yeah, you know what? I'm feeling a little bit more like the Imperial fleet. We're gonna win this one. Destroyed. Oh, that's good. Okay, so we lost a destroyer, a corvette, and a cruiser. Those are very acceptable casualties for... That's not just we got rid of them. That is, we destroyed them. All right. So first things first, we're going to repair. I need a destroyer, a corvette, and a cruiser to replace what we lost. This will not be forthcoming, so we're going to take this from the Strategic Readiness Fleet. Okay, we're going to build mining stations here, and then my other construction ship I'm actually going to get on the reconstruction effort. We need to get Kabji back up and running. We have once again gained control of the Kabji system and rebuilt our outposts in orbit around the star. So regrettably, that does not include the upgrades. Once this ship's done, we're going to send it through to research there. Okay, these guys are on their way to heal. Let's get you back to Alvis. So it was destroyer, corvette, cruiser. Okay, so I'm going to send these guys immediately for upgrades. And then the Joint Expeditionary Fleet's going to join the... Grand Herald. Elvis isn't dead? What are you talking about? Can I not? Yeah, there we go. Oh. The Tempest Shoal is returned. So let's not stand on ceremony. Let's send them right back where they came from. In this case, let's take... Alright, so they're going to be heading down here. Now, the good news is there is not a lot that we lose. We're going to lose the influence for rebuilding this stuff, but by and large, this is not... Like, to give you an idea of where the stakes are here, I am actually willing to lose some of these sectors in order to heal up the ships and the fleets. But obviously, like, clearly if I had my preference, I would not be engaging these guys this early.
Construction complete.
Do they just check? Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on here? Looks like somebody's in the terminal egress causing some trouble for them. What in God's name are they fighting? Wow. Okay. This is actually a really tough call now. Against my better judgment, I'm actually going to send these fleets into the Howling Vortex.
Construction finalized. System resources analyzed.
Okay. Hang on. Weren't you working on... This was the wrong ship. Okay, that's fine. We have enough money that I can afford to be building these star bases. Now, what's going to be happening with this guy immediately afterwards? So I'm going to get him to repair Kabji, but the next thing we're going to do is we're going to rebuild the Howling Vortex. Actually, while I'm at it, let's start upgrading the starport again. Consumer goods are a bit light, but we'll be able to handle that. And I've been neglecting my... Okay, so Kabji's got an unemployed ruler. Let's get you onto... Not Paradaya. Polystrea. Or Galabsh, whatever it's called. They're not going to be happy with me, but... Okay, Ceradon, what's the deal with you? Right. So for the generator world, yeah, this is not... Oh, you know what I need to do? I have 26 servants. So the thing is that, like, all of the benefits are being localized on this one world. Hey, how you doing, Telwyn? Oh no, Elvis is the capital world, so... okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take the servants and we're gonna distribute them basically one to each world. And we'll see if we have anything left over. I've already... lost track. Okay, so apparently that deals with the surplus. I can live with that. I mean, it'd be nice if I had other things to work with. I will transform this into an alpine world. That may not be the smartest thing for me to do with my money right now, but... Okay, now, okay, perfect. So Afris gets the unemployed. Okay, now, next thing that I need to start doing is taking a look at my frontier worlds, because at this point I think I need to start making some sectors. So for instance, I'm a little surprised that Afris counts within this colony, but I'm happy about it. Okay, so Craxima would have normally been where I centered all of this. Mintaka, Elor, I guess it would be Sosta. No, see, Fargus makes the most sense. I should have colonized that a while ago. Oh, right, there's a reason I didn't colonize that. It's because of the nightmare in the Howling Vortex. Okay, let's live dangerously. Right. Now this is a whole other story. Question is, do I want Riak or do I want... I think I'm going to make Riak the new sector. And for the governor... adaptable seems... well, that or agrarian upbringing. I think we'll go for the adaptable.
I would never want to belong to any club that would have someone like me.
Gabby Spartzner? Sorry again for the pronunciations. Yeah, so the idea behind this one is just simply to try and get some more governor bonuses on these guys. So when we take a look, Kraxima... Tybur is a bit of an odd one. I don't really have a good spot for Tybur. Nafgravas, similar idea. So as far as Mintoka, Sasta... Actually, you know what I can do? Sasta can become the new sector capital. And what's going to happen there is, as we start adding Fagris and all of that, we can just move the capital after the fact. So Tybur and Nafgravas is never going to change. Betria is going to be added to the main sector, almost certainly. Riddle time. Buckets, barrels, baskets, cans. What must you fill with empty hands? I don't think I'm going to do very well on these tonight, Talwyn. Everybody is welcome to answer this for Talwyn, by the way, if that's not obvious already. Buckets, barrels, baskets, cans. What must you fill with empty hands? Time? Okay. Rurius, my Agra world, needs to find more things to do. Hollow Theater couldn't hurt at this point. Oh no, they already have one. Yeah, so the real question is, what special resource do I want to make? I am short on synthetic crystals. And then for the remaining, so this will bring us up to 3. Let's boost more alloys. Not time. Okay, Ceradon Prime. Do I have the exotic gases to do the upgrade? Not really. I want to keep a surplus on exotic gases because these also go into my fleets. But I already know that I want to build a new lab, no matter what. And I believe that'll get me 3 jobs. 2 jobs. Okay, so I'm 1 short. We'll just anticipate that by building another city district. Mublar. So at some point I want to have a wait a minute. Titanic life forms. I don't think that does anything. Removes a district, produces 8 social, but I don't have, like, I don't need to intervene on that. It is tempting to build a civilian industry here, to be completely honest. Just because that has sort of been my usual colony in a box pattern. In this case, I'm going to go for it just because I am a bit shy on some of the things that I need. Also, I completely forgot. We need more energy. So this is going to bring us up to 3, and this will bring us up to 5. Alright. The Forge World I'm okay sitting idle on for the next little while just because we've got slack in terms of the population. Now Mintaka and Sosta. I think this is going to be one of these anything will do. Well, environmental engineer can't hurt. Okay, we've got crystalline caverns. We're already taken care of there. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing out on any other special... Okay, Betharian fields are taken care of. Yeah, so... I do need to find something for these guys to do, though. This currently counts as a generator world. It's in Craxma Prime. What do I want to do with this world, then? I mean, more science never really hurts. Is that the best I can hope for here, though? Well, it doesn't have any civilian industry yet, so we'll start with that. Ah! Makes sense. Yeah, I feel very foolish not having gotten that one, Talwyn, but I feel like I say that every time I see one of your riddles, so... I'm sorry that more people didn't participate on that, though. I do encourage... So for those of you who aren't maybe normal, who aren't regulars here, Talwyn occasionally stops by. I believe you said that you normally do these for a... like a... not a D&D session, but like some role-playing session that you do. And Talwyn will occasionally run in with some of these riddles. Sometimes I do okay on them, and then some nights it's kind of ugly. But I'm always delighted. Always delighted to see Talwyn coming in with some of the new material.
Analyzed.
Okay, this is a big one. But just physics, society, and engineering research. So we gain the gene modification point, stricter control of RNA and protein production on the cellular level. This is more just kind of kicking the can down the road. Resort world sounds cool and all. I'm starting to think that maybe climate restoration might be... Oh, you know what? Habitability modification is going to help me with my slaves, so... We're going to go for that. I am still setting up my fleets to go to the big bad wolf. I'm going to make these guys hang out at Girtab Station for a bit. These guys are still short one, it looks like. So I hate to do this, but I'm going to kick out another Corvette. Nonsense. Grand Herald, where are you? There we go. This is a destroyer. Okay, forward defense fleet, fine. Okay, second riddle for tonight. He gets short when he gets old. He goes out, then it gets cold. He gets short when he gets old. He goes out when it gets cold. Is this summer?
Construction.
Oh no, sorry.
finalized.
It's either summer or like the day. Nope, that still doesn't make sense. It would have to be like a season. Ugh. I feel like this is related to like seasons and like time and stuff like that. I need to think a little bit more. I think I need to think a little more carefully because like I have an abstract idea of where that's. I sort of think where I think that's trying to go, but when I reason through what you're saying, that doesn't make sense. So. Doesn't make sense in terms of what I said. So, okay. Gets short when he gets old. He goes out, then it gets cold. Oh, a candle. Yeah, or letter B has a good point. A match would count as well. Okay. The real tricky part here is deciding whether or not I want to try and upgrade these fleets. In this case, I still think I'm going to hold back. Cool. Yeah, no, letter B. It's definitely like it. I'd say they're probably they're roughly equivalent in my view. The only reason why I think I had a small edge on with Candle is that I kind of know that these are used for a fantasy setting, but it's the same idea. It's the same reasoning that goes behind it. So I will admit one of the reasons why I really like it when Talwyn comes in with these things is when I get it right, I feel like an absolute champion. It's very rare that I get them right, but it's a good feeling. Okay, what are we up to now? So this counts as a generator world. I've got one job set up right now. Now what? There's only 2 artisan jobs. Okay, so what's the main industry going to be? Let's say forge. I need to be careful about the moats, though. Like, I don't have an infinite supply of those. Okay, Mintaka. They are ridiculously good at generating minerals. Good lord. I think we are still going to continue with our standard pattern of making sure that we kind of have the colony in a box set up. So I'm going to put down some civilian industries. And then Riak, my forge world. You know what? Let's not stand on ceremony. I know I'm just going to build another set of alloy foundries. I suppose while I'm at it, I can start knocking out more of the Corvettes. So, I had 3. Okay, 9 more. Third riddle of tonight. An untiring servant it is, carrying loads across muddy earth, but one thing that cannot be forced is a return to the place of its birth. An untiring servant it is, carrying loads across muddy earth, but one thing that cannot be forced is a return to the place of its birth. Like, the first thing that comes to mind is kind of like an
Construction
avalanche,
complete.
but I don't think that that really fits the riddle.
Construction finalized.
It isn't a river, is it? Okay, I've got surplus food. The way I normally handle this is not to sell it, but I encourage planetary growth everywhere. Now, this can sometimes wreak havoc on my planning. Actually, what I should have done, I should have gone from like small to large, but that's fine. We're gonna hammer it out. So the problem is that if I don't have enough jobs for everyone in place, this gets really messy. But again, the aim here is to outdo. Like we need to get the economy sort of on the same footing as my rivals. Oh, we have just enough. I'm mildly tempted to just hand this over to the Estanis. It is a river. Okay, cool. That one I feel like I can take less of a bow on because I was really unsure about the river. By the way, guys, just a caution, we are going to be wrapping up before too long.
System resources analyzed.
The main thing that I wanted to make sure that I got properly handled was the
Construction complete.
Invasion of the Nanites, which was dealt with. Okay, I owe you 6. The nice thing, of course, is that we have proper economy to sort of handle these. Although, at some point, I need to build, like, a second shipyard. This is a little ridiculous that I only have 2 shipyards on my capital world. But, priorities.
Construction complete.
I will do the upgrade on Betria Prime. And it seems that we're still churning out robots. I'm actually reasonably pleased about that. Are we able to... No. Nope. 2 unemployed workers, so... an Econo Variatus and a robot. I think I'm going to send both of them to Glaboshi just to try and get the demographics a little bit better. Rushing to the 4th riddle, then. You see it about in field and town. It cannot get up, but will oft fall down. I would have guessed, like, rain or snow. But...
Construction complete.
I might find out the extent of my ignorance in a minute. Okay, so these guys are where I want them to be.
Planetary worksite established.
Okay, newly founded colony. Excellent. So, more planetary growth. We've emptied our food stores, but of course we've got accelerated growth across the Empire, which is exactly what I want. We're currently at 711 in terms of our Empire population, so if we compare that quickly with our neighbors, so 799, we're coming in close with the... Oh, interesting, the commune of the Vislok. These are definitely not the same. These are not the same people we first encountered. Now, their fleet power is overwhelming, and we're actually fairly strong in our position right now, so I want to be a little careful of these guys. The Zathorians are still equivalent fleet power, so I'm happy with that. They're at 1260, so we're still a bit short in terms of catching up with them. The Akano Nation is 884, and the Sundrithians we've always been bigger than. But if you'll notice, like, it does seem that our empire population, admittedly we did get a big boost from taking Polystria, but we're definitely in a position where, hang on, what world was that? Petria. We're definitely in a better position in terms of getting our economy on its feet. Okay, so one city district. This is so disappointing that I see so many agriculture districts. I'm still going to pile on the generator districts, and yeah, it'll be a rural planet for a while, but... Hey, Sea Blue! I'll just caution you, I'm getting a little bit close to finishing up tonight, but as is tradition around here, I usually say I'm getting ready to wrap up, and there's like an hour of gameplay afterwards.
Construction
I probably won't
complete.
make it an hour of gameplay, but... Now, I'm a little curious about this science ship, because it sort of looks like it's going to research... Okay. It's fine. But, of course, happy to have you here for however long we're going. We open the L gate, and there's a bunch of nano monstrosities. I might be sending some of my fleets into certain death inside of the terminal egress, but we're gonna do our best. All right, we have detected the presence of a primitive alien civilization on Jaffron 3 in the Jaffron system. They are presently in what could be considered a late medieval age, with a firm grasp of metallurgy and a feudal society. The printing press is accelerating the spread of knowledge. We should consider building an observation post above their world to study them more closely. Working on a Stellaris mod, and you've run out of ideas for part of it. Well, if you would like, I don't know how active chat has been for the last little while. Talwyn's been sharing some great riddles. But if you would like to bounce ideas off of the chat, I'd be very happy to interact, and obviously that'll be a nice little way that you can plug the mod if it's available on the workshop. Construction ships idle, no good. So we'll get them working on Trappist and whatnot. I do want to make sure that we have a pretty robust security plan for the Howling Vortex. The Mothership Great Confluence. It looks like these guys are... Maybe it's just been so long since I've encountered a full strength of these. It's giving me a reminder not to try anything too silly. I am still going to send these guys through the Howling Vortex, though. In the worst case scenario, we retreat if we're outnumbered, but... it's a new mod, so it's not in the workshop yet. Have a lot to do. Well, what's the idea for the mod, Sea Blue, if you don't mind me asking? I've had a couple of mod ideas, and I actually tried to start working on one on stream, and unfortunately I found out that the Atom editor is actually not very good with Stellaris mods, at least at the time. So I had to stop work on it for a little while, and I'm working on a couple of other projects. But I'd actually like to, if I can, I'd like to get back into making content that's not videos for Stellaris. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yay! Okay, we've got a new sort of master fleet. This is obviously going to take forever to build still. But... Oh, and... I'm going to put the colony ships at the top. There's actually a really good argument for not just building a base in the Howling Vortex, but building a base with like a star or with like a shipyard and stuff like that, so we can do all of our upgrades. Modular districts, expanded planetary features. It adds 2 deposits that give jobs and other bonuses for each district built. Oh, neat. Okay. I can sort of see how that's working. So what did you get stuck on? I'm kind of tempted to try and do some of these station upgrades right now.
Construction finalized.
I'm just trying to think. Sorry, I'm just trying to think through where you're. You have 4 different types of deposits per Okay.
System resources analyzed.
This is less important to me because we've got. I just want them to be researching the tech from the L gate. Again, I'm a little worried about what I'm about to do here, because if they have a strong presence
complete.
here and they all collapse, it looks like there's some fights going on actually. This might be interesting.
Surplus analyzed.
Interesting. Chameleon field exposed. A chameleon energy field of some sort concealing an ancient structure was recently exposed on the surface of Ovne 6, a lifeless planet inside your space. Only a chance asteroid impact was deflected off the field while the planet was being monitored by a passing freighter revealed its existence. This should be investigated. Create an ancient tomb archaeological site at Ovne 6. You're working on the 4 energy districts. Yes, so until this point, I have only ever had positive things that have happened in the L Gate. And this time around, we wound up with the nanomachines. And suffice to say, it has been a character-building experience. All right, what are we looking at for archaeology? I mean, they're a level 2, but I don't have much else to do, so... So what we're going to be doing here is I've got sort of 2 reasonably full fleets. Obviously, they're a little short in terms of the numbers, but not by much. And we're going to be moving them in... First, I'm going to move them into the Howling Vortex sort of area. And then we'll put them through the L Gate. Now, one of the reasons for this is that there was something that was sort of threatening us. And then all of a sudden it left, it went back through here, and then like all of a sudden the, how do I put it? Like its health went down. So it could be that there is sort of a fight going on and that people are already sort of trying to claim the terminal egress, which means that I really want to get involved in that. Like I want to make sure that I get my place in the sun. Where the hell did this go? I'm actually tempted to go for the Howling Vortex right away. Yeah, I think I'm going to build the starbase. This is such a waste of time because I spent so much time moving this thing around, but yeah, there's clearly stuff happening inside. Like if you look,
Together we will build a brighter future.
something's happening here. But I don't know, and my fleets are actually a little outdated, so I could be throwing them into a particularly hard fight. Okay, habitability modification. Through glandular biological tailoring, we can change the environmental tolerance of a species to suit our needs. Galactic Stock Exchange is kind of tempting. Yeah, I'm going for it. Single Corvette? That's coward talk. We're putting it all in. All right. Kinship. A true sense of kinship has developed between all the citizens of our great star nation, regardless of their place in the social order. The time it takes for unemployed pops to demote to a lower stratum is reduced by 50%. But how do I move them up? Penal colony? Classic Space Australia, yeah. It's, I've never actually quite had the heart to build resort colonies or penal colonies, but given the fact that we are going to be rushing towards, that, like, kind of claim all the worlds, it probably wouldn't be a terrible time for me to consider something along those lines. I don't know. We still, like, in terms of energy credits, we're going to be spending a lot trying to get the worlds where we need them still. I don't know. We'll see. All right, tachyon sensors. Advanced sensors that rely on rotating tachyon beams to detect ship movements, even at extreme distances. So I can get Hyperdrive 3. This is particularly helpful because my movement has been so slow. Dark matter is also tempting. So what's it going to be? And they're both the same. In this case, because I only have the one shipyard, I actually do need my ability to basically get lots of stuff in place on time. So again, this will potentially be a very reckless choice. It would be a lot smarter for... Oh, surprise! We didn't lose anyone, but then they didn't lose anyone either, so... Can we just maybe keep our guys here forever? But yeah, so as you can see, the fact that it just takes me so much time to get anywhere, and I've got a big spread out empire, definitely means that I wonder why there's 3 terminal egress options. We'll find out in a minute. I want to do like a super... Uh-oh. Why didn't the other guys go? Sorry, dude. Well, I guess you got your wish that I sent one guy on a test flight. Holy crap. There's like nothing here anymore. Oh, this is exciting. So only one of them's coming to fight. Oh, you guys better get involved, though. Please do not betray your brothers. Yeah, this is going to sting a bit because everybody's getting in at a later time. But it looks like these guys are not going to involve themselves.
System resources analyzed.
Cool. All right. And we lost... I'm going to start writing this down. So, destroyer... Cruiser, Grand Herald, and Strategic Readiness Fleet. Lost. Ooh, 2 cruisers is kind of ugly. Now, regrettably, we only took out the interdictors. But what I'm kind of tempted to do here, this is ours now.
Construction finalized.
So, I'm gonna build a new science ship. Also, I'm going to build the replacements. So I need destroyer, corvette, and a cruiser. Actually, let's just get those cruisers out of the way. So 3 cruisers, destroyer, 1 corvette. So that'll be the replacements for this fleet. Actually, here's a neat idea. Okay. So, as is tradition for the strategic readiness fleet, it's going to feed the Grand Herald. What I'm also going to do is I'm going to take out the damaged ships, and I'm actually going to send them on repairs, sort of in groups at a time. So destroyer, corvette, cruiser. That's damaged, so all right. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to transfer out the damaged ships. And we're going to send these guys out to heal. And we're only going to do this one group at a time.
System resources analyzed.
And apparently I still don't know how to control my construction ships. All right, this one... Am I missing something? So the idea is that we've sort of got our front here with the terminal egress, and then the priority is going to be actually where I sent a science ship on an expedition, and I don't want to do that anymore. Instead, I want you to get ready for... Once they're done surveying, I'm actually going to send them back to do the research. But I want to set myself up basically so that I can claim this right away. There is something that we need to take out, but obviously we're not able to make any progress without... without getting some intelligence. And that's going to come through the form of a science ship. Okay. Let's get a new... someone... Well, psionic's not bad. Actually, I'm going to flip this around. So we've got... Okay, what are we looking at here? Yeah, so we'll send the level 1 guy here. Level 2 guy can go back to the expedition as planned. The thing is that if I lose a level 1 scientist, I'm not going to be as mad as if I lose somebody I've already put some progress in. Okay, back to work. I have not ever had Thrall Worlds, no. It is slightly tempting to try and send out the damaged fleets from the strategic readiness fleet, but I know if I commit too many ships out of the group, that's exactly the time when the bad guys are going to show up again. Although it seems we've had a fairly good run of it so far, like... It comes from a tech that is so hard to get, you won't get it till 70 years in sometimes. Yeah, I'm trying to think if I've even had the option for it. I don't think I have. Okay, that was somebody else's science ship I just saw. Alright, now, peace in the galaxy is never a good thing for me. Again, the hope here is to claim the terminal egress as soon as possible. Because then it doesn't really matter what the other science ships find. I do have enough energy to start converting some worlds again, so I'm going to be a little bit behind on that. I don't believe we have the tech to do this yet. Nope. So, Tomb World, Savannah World. I can work with that. At this point, I'm just doing this by proximity, which is not the best strategy in the world, but it just makes sure that all of these things wind up in... it just makes sure that they all wind up in my existing sectors, usually. Yes, I can afford this. It's harder to get the most rare techs, and it's not a rare... Do you know the tech name by any chance? To be honest, I haven't quite yet been able to sort of wrap my head around specialized planets yet. I do get, like, planet specialization. I've got tech worlds and forge worlds and all of that, but the idea of, like, dedicated prison planets and things like that is still a little bit beyond my... my experience. Again, I'm just sending the Econos to the conquered planet to try and get the demographics in the right spot. Paradaya is ready to get some enlightenment. This will take them up to 10, so we're in good shape there. Oh, cool. Oh, cool needs 2 more jobs. Why not make it another research lab? It's not the bravest choice I've ever made, but it works. Tiber. Right, this is my refining world. So we're short on exotic gases as always. So that takes care of 1 job. 3 jobs, 4 jobs, 5. Sweet mother of mercy. Okay, well, obviously we need a precinct house. What are some of the other things I can get rid of? Cyto Revitalization Center probably does not make a ton of sense for me to switch out. It's actually very tempting for me to try and get rid of this exotic gas refinery right here. Okay, science isn't being used right now, so we're going to switch this out. And instead of a precinct, I'm going to set up a bureaucratic complex. So that's going to cover 2 jobs. Bureaucratic complex will 2 and 2, so that's 4. I have an abundance in this planet, but I still don't know what to do with it. I will admit to being somewhat surprised that the servants are sort of fully taken care of in here. I still sort of feel like I should be like kicking out Aztani and bringing my people in. Actually, I hate that I'm doing... Oh no, we're already converting it to an Alpine world. All right. It's Thrall Worlds, but it's different in the files. Okay. These guys are taking their sweet time. The other tricky spot that I find myself in is sort of phase 2. So, you know, phase 1, we get the science ship in place, we get the construction ship building, the base and whatnot. All is well and good there. But then how do I keep it? So at some point I'm going to want to upgrade my... Oh, well, actually, no, that's easy. I just make sure that the base that I build has a starport, then I can upgrade my ships there. So I suppose the more important question is, do I want to build... If I'm supremely confident... Whoa! What are you guys doing here? Godspeed.
Together we will build a brighter future.
Citadel, plans for an immense battle station capable of holding its own against several strike fleets are now being drawn up. If readied, these citadels will become monuments to the greatness as much as system hubs. Okay. Civilian replica complexes... actually, I don't need that as much as I thought. Our civilian goods are fine. But it is the cheapest option, so I'm going to go for it anyway. I mean, I've never thought Twitch Plays Stellaris is all that fun, but I guess I'm alone in that.
System resources analyzed.
But yeah, so there's a side of me that thinks maybe building like some huge citadel here is the right call, and I build like a star base and whatnot. Yeah, it's a tough call. Anyways, our first healing run is done. And this actually seems like a reasonably good place to break. It would have been nice to at least get a star base down, but we're going to be waiting a bit on it.
Construction finalized.
Okay, Paradia, they're covered for the next 5.
System resources analyzed.
I really need to find a more efficient way of managing my construction ships. Okay, this is good news here. So joint expedition goes back. These guys are going to be rejoining the Grand Herald. Now this makes me a little nervous to do this. But what I'm going to do here, so we're going to take the tactical response fleet, same story, we're going to heal them up. So the drawback is that this is going to be my weakest point when it comes to the Nanites. Because I've got one fleet on their way back, I've got one fleet on their way to be healed, but it's, I mean, there's never a good time to be at, you know, at lower strength. If something too savory happens, we can always jump through the L gate, but it's been relatively quiet here. And of course, the priority is to try and make this ours. Against my better judgment, I think I am actually going to try and build a base. If I can get away with it, I'm going to try and build a base in the terminal egress. Especially because that gives me the option to sort of tell people I don't like to go away.
System resources analyzed. Construction complete.
Okay. I really did want to do more of this, but there's something about being told how to play this game and then hearing comments like, oh, well, nobody plays on normal. Like, I've never understood this about some people who watch streams. Like, if you don't approve of the way it's being played, there are other options. Like, I don't get why people behave this way on this game, but if I've been quiet, it's because I've been getting increasingly annoyed with the tone in chat right now. So, sorry to end it on a sort of an ambiguous note here. What we're going to be doing next week, we're going to... Actually, you know what? Sorry, I'm just going to ignore you and carry on because I want to get this done. What next week is going to be about is we'll have the Howling Vortex. We'll see blue. So here's the thing, right? As far as I'm concerned, this is, like, it is not my job to inform people about, like, not telling people. Okay, like, here's the thing. If somebody goes into, like, Man vs. Games channel and tells them how to play the game, there's no discussion about it. They're instantly banned. Now, I used to be a lot meaner to people who told me how to play the game, and I don't do that anymore. In fact, I would like to say that I have been nothing but nice and, you know, letting you talk about your mod and stuff like that. And yet, every time there has been an option to come up, it has always been stated with the imperative. It's not, you know, it's not, you know, your options are this. It's, you should do this. And the fact of the matter is that there's lots of different ways of playing the game. I like giving voice to my reasoning of things. And I just don't see why the onus needs to be on smaller streamers to tell people not to tell them to play the game. Like, to me, it seems to me that the question should be, do you mind if I give you a little advice? And then carry on. So this, I don't accept your premise that it is my job to inform you that you're being annoying. It is actually a lot easier for broadcasters to just mute people like you. So I'm sorry to keep it in that tone or that, but, like, it's not really the first time, and I have tried to be subtle about it, and it's just not going through. So, like, you know, I'm sorry to put it in stark terms like that, but that's, like, it is it is the one thing that's like guaranteed to get me to do a cast shorter, and the best that I can do is just explain where I'm coming from on this. So I do appreciate you apologizing, because normally when something like this happens, people just swear in the chat and leave. And obviously that just shows that it's not a great loss. But like this, the big problem is that I'm not new to the game. I have my quirks. I don't really claim to be the best, but it does sort of undermine my ability to give voice to my thought process in the game if everybody in chat is telling me how to do it. And I don't always agree with the decisions that people make, and usually the reactions are very negative if I don't take people's advice. So, okay, I'm thinking neutron launchers. Well, see, it's a tricky one, right? Because there's the gateway activation, which is kind of nice, but I don't really have any that I have access to at the moment. So at the very least, neutron launchers for the same money, or actually for less, gives me another weapon. Alternatively, there's actually no, physics is the obvious choice here. Although it is from researchers, so I should just be double checking where it. Yeah, no, that's physics is the obvious option here, because we still want to keep or gain a technological edge. Okay. So as is tradition, we're going to just constantly send out colony ships to get the job done. Elvis is... where were we? So it's not a high priority to me to actually get all this stuff built. Like it'll come when it's ready, and obviously I'm down to the corvettes. I did specifically do like the battleships and cruisers first because they're our big bottleneck. So we've got the colony ship. I really did drop the ball in terms of just getting some extra starbase capacity, or sorry, starship capacity built. But it's just one of these things. There's always been a bunch of fires to put out. So what we're going to do here with the Grand Herald... Okay, joint expedition is almost where it needs to be. Okay, so they can rejoin the Grand Herald, and we're back to full strength. And I am slightly curious about that science ship, who seems to be... Whoa. I have not seen this bug in a while. That's from my... I believe that is caused by my 2 planets having the terraform trigger. Okay, actually we're in much better shape as far as the science ship is concerned than I thought we were. Can idle construction ships make me sad? We definitely kind of overdid it in terms of the energy, but this is working as intended. Where were we? Still have no good ideas for this planet, and this one... I kind of think just dropping another forge makes the most sense. I am a little shy on volatile motes. Yeah, you know what? It's a forge world, so I do kind of like to max those. In fact, what I should be doing with my alloys here is to... Okay, no worries, Sea Blue. Again, I appreciate the apology. I realize my style is not for everyone. So sorry it's not for you, but I do appreciate the maturity of you making that decision. I hope you find something more to your liking. And if you do want to, when you're done your mod, if you do want to come in and talk about it, like, go ahead. You don't need to stay and watch the cast for that. I know there's going to be plenty of people who want to play it when you come up with it. So feel free to share that when you do. I'm not casting you out, but if it's causing you trouble to hear me talk about the way that I'm playing the game, and it's causing you not to enjoy it, I mean, I can't change my style. It's how I stream. So, but you are welcome to come back if you wanna share your mod, or if you feel like something more. That's my style.
Scientific progress attained.
All right, Istran Void Razors. Aye, Akano Variatus Dwamax. We come to visit your systems. We save you from growing too rich and fat. Yes, unless you think of a reason why you not make good Dwamax stew. So it seems to me that the best option here is minerals. I'm constantly selling those off. And we'll send the 2,500. You smart Dwamak. Now we have to look for other Dwamaks too elsewhere. Much trouble for us, but not trouble for you. So the reason we did that was just, I mean, I don't have a ton to worry about from them, but I obviously want to leave my fleets in position to claim my, kind of get my claim here. So. We got the Galactic Stock Exchange. By engaging in free trade of goods and services, we allow for a more specialized economy, where an individual can excel in a narrow field and trade for their needs. Okay, so climate restoration is looking more attractive because I'm running out of terraforming
Establishing
candidates.
means of production.
Yeah, I'm going for it. Again, I was preferring to go towards military applications, but the fact of the matter is we have a bit of a bottleneck on that right now, just because I need to keep my ships in the area. Okay, good. We're back to full strength. Well, close to full strength. Obviously, I still need to get them there. But it seems... Oh boy. The bad guys are showing up now. So I'm going to be behind on...
Construction
I'm going to be behind on
finalized.
exploration. So yeah, the big worry is if they show up with a construction ship. Ruined interstellar assembly. The remains of a vast space station have been found in Gomesia. Judging by the amount of what seems to be office space and a vast forum outfitted with dozens of types of life-supported systems, our scientists suspect that this is all that remains of an interstellar assembly. So this is something that the Istani have gotten. Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a... It's going to be a bit of a race, but what I'm going to do is the construction ship... I'm going to send them right in the middle of the terminal egress. So that I can take advantage of the... I can take advantage of the position the second I finished exploring. Oh god, everybody's coming here. I would love it if the Nanites showed up to cause trouble.
System resources analyzed.
I'm just trying to think if there's any other things that I can do to try and halt this. Ha! Alright. You boys have fun. Hello, the Eyes of Sin. How you doing? It is always very good to see you here.
Progress attained.
I was planning on wrapping up... Oh my god. Am I really an hour over already? Jesus Christ. All right, well, prophecy came true. We got civilian replicomplexes. So I've been bullying some of the robots that were coming to try and eat my star systems. So that's been what we've been up to lately, Eyes of Sin. How are you? Ed Baver, do you remember the thing that you weren't supposed to talk about? These kiosks can replicate any pre-approved object if its pattern has been stored within its memory banks. Okay. Impulse thruster. Thrusts on impulse. So the reason I haven't been doing mega engineering, it takes 91 months. The thing on this is that I don't have the resources to actually do one of these mega engineering projects, whereas making my army better is going to be something that winds up pushing me over the edge. It helps me deal with these problems. It makes sure that if this Federation tries to crush me, that I've got better ships. So in this case, we're going to do improved Corvette hulls. This does two things. One, it gives me another kick of the can. Number two, it does actually make my existing fleets better. Impulse thruster is really, really tempting. It's a good upgrade, but it's a 31-month upgrade versus a 6-month upgrade. So, don't bully the robot. Listen, they try to turn my... These are self-replicating robots that like turn my worlds into gray goo. Look at these guys. They're nightmares. So the funny thing about this is that except for the construction ship, I actually kind of want the nanite ship to like be in the area because it discourages my enemies from hanging around. So what we're going to do here is we're actually going to take the opportunity to do this research project. And yeah, they'll still keep with the research station. I'm fine with that. But there's one of two things. So either number one, this guy's just passing through. That's my preferred option. Actually, you know what? We're gonna go even bolder. No, we're gonna keep with that. Eyes of Sin says, okay, maybe bully them a little, but be gentle. They can't help it. I'm just, you know that I'm tenderness and sweetness and light. Why anyone would say anything to the contrary is totally beyond me. Did you do anything? I know it was a quiet day, but did you do anything worth sharing on your quiet day?
Construction complete.
It's no big deal if you didn't, obviously, but I'm curious. I got a book read, and I really like that book. This guy seems a bit damaged. Alright, the agreement we signed giving you access to our databanks has run its course. Would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years, or do your researchers no longer require the information that we offer? Excellent. Our databanks shall remain available to your scientists. You made a terrifying anime potato. You didn't draw it per se. It was just a Photoshop monster. Am I going to be able to see this at any point?
Construction finalized.
Now, unfortunately, I suspect this is going to mean that the bad guys are going to show up and start researching again right at the time that I've started researching this debris.
System resources analyzed.
I wish there's a way to set up blockades, to be completely honest. Okay, so this construction ship's sitting idle, but I'm okay with that because this is going to be what my edge is when it comes time to claim this system. Tactical response fleet is almost ready. I'm watching this L-gate like a hawk. Sent it over? Oh, you just showed me. I was not expecting that. You know, I give I give these shout outs for Johnny and that, but I think one of the things that's really funny about the Eyes of Sin to me is that the Eyes of Sin has, so for those of you who are not familiar with it, the Eyes of Sin has done these emotes. Is to tease someone who used a potato for kissing practice. I'm sorry, Sin, what is the problem with using a potato as kissing practice? So for those of you, you can take a look at those emotes. Now, the Eyes of Sin, that's not the only art that she does. In fact, she's got the blog, which I occasionally put up, and apparently I can't see it right now. Where is it? So if you take a look at it, I mean, she's perfectly capable of producing some wonderful art that's maybe a little bit more traditional. But I think she's done a very good job of capturing certain sort of emotions and ideas. The Kodrox conservers have apparently decided to close their borders to me. Damn it. And so one of the things that I enjoy the most is that she will often discount the value of her drawing faces on objects art. But the big thing is that, like, this is a style of emote I really like. Like, as soon as I saw that, I knew that that was what I wanted to have as my channel emote style. And the thing that's so interesting is that her talent is to a point where she finds it very straightforward to do. And yet, clearly the ingenuity required to have, you know, like, this is so funny, right? It sounds like, obviously I'm not describing brain surgery here, but the fact of the matter is to be able to have that insight that says, you know, this inanimate object appropriately represents, you know, this emotion as opposed to that emotion. Like, I would invite you to sit down. Like, I've had to sit down and try and come up with, like, okay, this is this, you know, this famous sculpture, and I'd like to have, you know, this emotion for it or something like that.
Detected.
Hey, you're back. It's actually really hard to do. And so I think this is one of the things that's so charming about the Eyes of Sin is that she has got a talent that is, oh my god. That's a little too savory for me. Tactical retreat. Anyways, yeah, so having had to actually think about sort of what it takes to put this all together, even something as simple as this, as those emotes, to me, it's one of these ones where I'm like, I don't know how she does it, but I'm very happy that she does. And again, it's one of these ones where I do like taking a little extra time to comment on it, because I think it's very easy for me to look at those emotes and say, yeah, those are nice. But I really do want to stress, like, it might seem like Sin's evaluation of it is that they're very straightforward to make. And yet I've always felt that one of the things that's so special about her art is that she is able to find... It's a little bit like having the perfect thing to say in reply at the moment. You know how sometimes you have those moments where, like, you're in like an argument or something like that, and you wanna get a really good word in, but you can't think of it until, you know, it's after the fact, and it's like, oh damn it, you know, I messed up. I kind of feel like Sin has the ability to do that with emotes, with drawing on inanimate objects. So that's why I want to take the time and sort of give her proper credit for that work, because I am very impressed by it, and I continue to be impressed by it. All right, ancient partially translated records have been discovered among the ruins being excavated on Ovne 6. Pella Nawegan reports that the records contain several technical specifications that may be of value to our scientists. All right, we're continuing on with the ancient tomb. A chameleon energy field of some sort concealed an ancient structure on the surface of this planet. Only a chance asteroid impact, which was deflected off the field while it was being monitored, revealed its existence. With the field deactivated, archaeologists will now have access to the large and forbidding building complex that was hidden beneath it. So I think the construction ship could probably stand to get a little further away right now. Okay. The good guys are back, so let's get them with the strategic readiness fleet. And hopefully this guy finishes researching the Howling Vortex in good time.
Our research has progressed.
8, 9.
Surplus
Perfect.
analyzed.
Okay, so we're going to get him to heal up. Corvette hull punch plus 100. Advances in building techniques will allow for the construction of sturdier and more durable corvettes. All right, next up. Advanced afterburners, cruiser hull points, or, of course, habitats. Now, the thing about orbital habitat, if memory serves, trying to remember the cost of these things, because I think I have some higher priorities in terms of my star bases. I'll worry about that later. I think I'm going to go for the advanced afterburners here. It's not my bravest choice, but again, it's just another one of these maneuverability things.
Construction vessel under attack.
Surprise! Oh god, they all came through. Okay. This is going to get a little hairy, but I think we'll manage it. This is actually a lot stronger than I think we can handle. I think this is going to be a particularly bloody run. Whew. Okay, we made it. Colonel Rapzak reporting, acting military governor of New Baldorak. I must regretfully inform the galactic community of the demise of my predecessor, General Paltanak. After being lured into a dastardly ambush by rebel forces, the general gave his life in the finest tradition of the service. A state funeral with full honors will be held at the successful conclusion of our current offensive against the rebel strongholds. Rapzak out. Interesting. So the mothership should be a fairly easy kill here, because we've got so many like little guys to nibble at the heels. However, I have got to get an account of what we lost, because this is going to cost a lot too. Jesus. Yeah, we lost a lot. Okay, so Grand Herald lost 7 destroyers, 9 corvettes. Interdictor's still around, which is cool. 2 cruisers. Titan's still around, 1 battleship. Strategic readiness fleet. 5 destroyers. 6 corvettes. 1 cruiser. One battleship. Okay. We took out one mothership out of 3. That sucks. Okay, so here's how I'm going to handle this. Strategic readiness fleet, as always, will be cannibalized for what I need. So, one battleship, 2 cruisers, 7 destroyers if I have them. Okay, so I owe you 2. And 9 corvettes. The names remind you of something out of Doctor Who. I've not actually seen Doctor Who, but what do you have in mind, Eyes of Sin? Okay, the Rapid Strike Fleet. Again, this is sort of like my main... this is my main force. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to start building these replacements right now. So we need... 1 battleship. 2 cruisers. Wrong cruiser. 9 corvette, or well, we'll start with the destroyers. 1, 2, 3, 4. 7 destroyers. Okay. So other than the fact that I owe 2 destroyers, the replacement's been built for that. And then I still need to build 5 destroyers, 6 corvettes, a cruiser, and a battleship. Which is going to mean, essentially what this is going to mean is before too long, this is going to head out to give some replacements. The thing is right now, it's all cruisers, battleships, and destroyers, so it's not very helpful in this context. What I think I'm going to do... Well, let's unpause and see where we're at with all of this. Where's my science ship, out of curiosity? I know I sent it for healing, but... I think I'm going to do the research instead. This will potentially be a mistake. Okay, so the strategic readiness fleet is really not in a condition to do anything, so I'm going to send them off to do the fleet upgrade first. Oh, sorry. Those emotes look very cool. Do you make them available to the larger public somehow? I mean, I believe you do not stream, so you probably do not have a large following on Twitch either. Actually, I think Eyes of Sin winds up getting larger audiences than me. Well, obviously what this means, Eyes of Sin, is I just need to start watching Doctor Who. It is really tempting to just try and put my science ship through that. I think what I'm going to do... I'm going to put the construction ship through. Because I can kind of afford to lose it. Well, not really, actually. Wait, did we really lose that star by... Oh, that sucks. So first thing I'm going to do is take care of the debris. There's a side of me that says I think I'm going to take the...
Construction finalized.
This is a little bit of a dilemma for me. I think I'm going to take the science ship. I'm going to get rid of the scientist. And I'm going to throw it through. So it's possible that I lose the science ship, but it's like a weak science ship that is not that hard to replace.
System resources analyzed.
Well, you get emotes if you are an affiliate, Ed Baver. So that's really more of a comment in terms of Eyes of Sin's sort of status as the particular type of broadcast, rather than sort of a statement
Surplus analyzed.
on her ability to stream. Okay. Again, as before, we'll do the research. I suspect... Oh no, we still have a research project here. This has to be expiring soon. I'll take it if I can get it, obviously. It's just, it's very optimistic to say, you know, this'll all work out. Yeah, so I think Grand Herald needs to heal up.
Construction finalized.
I think I have some ideas of how to do that. Okay. We're gonna heal up the Grand Herald right now. Forward defense is in good shape, so we'll send these guys up to Folingar. Construction ship. We'll build here. Build in front. This construction ship will build up. And, well, we'll just carry on. There's only one path to go at this point. Okay. Now, I still want this rapid strike fleet to... I still want to keep them around until they're full strength, because this is going to be a reasonably well... this is going to be reasonably well positioned to sort of join the fight. Better than the current strategic readiness fleet. Again, we still need to wait for corvettes to be built and stuff like that, but... Actually, speaking of construction, I believe I can afford another battleship, so... Get that off the list. And... Vashta Narada. Again, I still need to watch Doctor Who. Okay, Kabji needs to find something to... What? Repair. And I think these guys are going to go on the new colonies. So Betria is the best bet for this guy. So here this is just me sort of microing the slaves. Ceradon's probably in the same case. Yeah, we've got unemployed. Alright, now these guys are Acano Variatus. So in this case, I'm actually going to send them again. I'm trying to alter the demographics on this world. To basically make it less horrible. It is still at 100% crime. How very sad. Slightly more stability now that the Akano are here. Oh, cool. It's about the only time I've pronounced something correctly on this stream, it feels like. I kind of feel like I'm just slouching for. I really should just leave this all for the next stream. I'm just trying to figure out where a good place to leave it is. Because, you know, I know if I leave this next week, I'm just going to wake up and find there's, like, something horrible waiting for me here. The real thing I'm scared of here is if the bad guys decide to show up again. But I'm not entirely sure replying with a damaged main fleet is exactly the right answer there. Also, if memory serves, I owed them 2 destroyers, so why not pillage the... This is just going to get them to the Grand Herald.
Surplus analyzed.
Okay, so this is always good news here, right? More Hypershield physics research, society research, engineering research. Basically, we're gaining some bonuses from researching the skeletons. Let's... Oh, this is an interesting question. Is it possible to... Yes, right-click to unassign. All right. So essentially what I'm doing here... Cool. I don't think this is actually a status effect. I think this is just a mistake, but my science ship looks mighty fancy. Essentially what I want to do here is I want to travel into terminal egress. If there's something deadly on the other side, that's a shame, but I haven't lost anything too precious. And of course, the good news is if there's... Aha! So... what we do now is we assign our leader. I think... You know what? I'm going to do the research just because it's kind of close. What I really want to do is scan all these planets. And actually, what I'm going to do here, this is going to be... No way! Oh, that sucks. Top 10 anime betrayals. And that, Eyes of Sin, is why I don't feel bad about bullying the Nanites. Okay, so it's pretty clear that I'm gonna have to have... It's pretty clear that I'm gonna have to have like a full force before I try and establish another toehold on the terminal egress. They also have an odd factory, huh? Okay, I always do like more alloys, but this one I'm going to build civilian industries for, just in hopes of finding more balance. And this one we still have, we've got plenty of room. I mean, eventually the idea is going to be to just upgrade all of this to, you know, to produce awe-inspiring amounts of consumer goods. But I do believe that is, we are well and truly done for tonight. So I'm an hour and a half over where I was expecting to be. What did we accomplish? Well, we finally have a nice new, tributary. Unfortunately, the Nanites kind of came in and ate most of their empire. The plan moving forward, essentially what I want to do here, we're going to bring the Grand Herald back up to full strength. So this is going to involve them being sort of healed, repaired. And we'll get the other, we'll get sort of the two destroyers. Now, the real drawback here is that there's the possibility, in fact, we'll unpause just to see whether or not this happens. It's possible because the Nanites went through the L gate, they might decide that they want to go take this region again. That would be very sad if it did, but it doesn't seem... Okay, doesn't seem to have happened. The mausoleum. The structure appears to be a gigantic mausoleum or necropolis dating back several million years. There are no obvious signs of previous looters, so the structure may have been left untouched since the Chameleon Field was erected. The structure's first chamber is accessible, but an impenetrable door blocks any further progress. Large alien glyphs, as yet untranslated, have been carved into the wall above the door. Fascinating. So, still carrying on with the ancient records. Ancient partially translated records have been discovered amongst the ruins being excavated on Ovne 6. Pella Nawagan reports that the records contain several technical specifications that may be of value to our scientists. I just want to double check that I've got a science ship at the top. Yes, I do. But yeah, so heal the Grand Herald. We've got 6 corvettes right now. I think I still have an IOU for this, right? Yeah, cruisers, 6 corvettes, and 5 destroyers. So let's actually get that added to the list. So, cruiser, 1 destroyer. So basically the idea here, one of two things is going to happen. We're either going to have sort of enough in the Rapid Strike fleet to re-equip the old Strategic Readiness fleet. Now the fact of the matter is, it's nice that these are experienced ships, but there's a reasonable case to be made that this should just go on ice. It should get a complete retrofit, and Orshnas Sieben basically takes the Rapid Strike fleet instead, because once we basically get a bunch of corvettes, this is going to be ready to go. So 8 corvettes brings us to 100, 20 corvettes brings us to where we would normally want to be for the purposes of this. Although we're short on destroyers, so maybe I'd whatever. We'll work that out at a later time. So again, the best case scenario, of course, would be that I have 3 full fleets to establish sort of a forward position in the L gate. It's very unlikely that that's going to happen, though, because it's going to take a long time for me to build all of the ships. Just to give you an idea of what I'm working with here. So these are all the corvettes. These are reasonably quick to build. And then there's going to be this big log jam of cruisers, destroyers, battleships. So they are sort of reflecting the order that they were destroyed in. So things are still going to be refreshed kind of at the rate that I want them to. But the fact of the matter is, I underinvested in my star bases, and so as a result, I have 1 place to build ships. There's actually a reasonable argument for me to try and put some kind of a shipyard in Taika. I mean, right now they're just hosting a hangar bay. I probably can't afford a base. Ooh, I can. Alright, they are getting a shipyard. This is just so that it's easier to do upgrades and all of that. It doesn't make any sense that everything needs to keep going to the capital to get a boost. The ideal will be the Howling Vortex. When we go through the Howling Vortex, that we're finally able to get the toehold that we want into the L gate. We go to terminal egress. We take out anything that's inside there. We secure it long enough for the science ship to be able to do its investigations. And ultimately, we sort of take out, or so we put down a base, we turn that into a citadel, and effectively, you know, tell anyone who wants to try and take it back, come on. Like, if we get a shipyard in the terminal egress, it means that I'm going to be able to permanently house a fleet there, keep upgrading it, and that'll be on top of like all of the defensive platforms and whatnot. And of course, what that would eventually give me is sort of access into enemy territory. So I would be able to, I'd kind of be able to poke in to any of these rival nations. Of course, the drawback is that is more of a benefit. Like, that's not a really credible benefit in the sense that clearly, like, these guys are gonna kick my ass if I ever try something nasty to them, especially these guys. Now, as far as population, we've got 761, so we've been able to overtake Vislok, who now is only equivalent in terms of economic power. The Zathorian Confederation is still ahead of us in terms of economic power, but no longer overwhelming. And the rest, we're essentially starting to manage our neighbors who used to sort of be overwhelming. Clearly, we're going to have a hard time with any of the stagnant ascendancies. So that's just going to be a thing. It looks like, oh no, the Zathorians now count as being in rank 1 due to their federation. That is surprising. So technological strength 3242. All right. We have effectively closed the gap with the Sundrithians. So this is good. So, there's going to be two things that we do. So one, we need to get our navy back, and we need to establish a permanent presence in the L Gate. Now, it's debatable as to whether or not I should have spent my time doing this rather than clearing out some of the Guardians. But the fact of the matter is that there were nanites pouring out of the gates, causing me great discomfort. So I'm going to accept the circumstances and say that I made the right call there. My insistence to try and take the position in the L Gate is just largely the fact that if I don't do it, somebody else will, and I want to be the one to own it. So other than the ongoing saga of the self-replicating robots, I'm still going to be sort of patching up all of the little territory inside here. Obviously, we're doing well as far as energy credits are concerned. In fact, I should probably do a whole bunch of terraforming projects. Do I have climate restoration yet? No, I do not. But yeah, at this point, there really shouldn't be anything within my borders that isn't a tomb world, or that isn't tundra. So I keep coming up with excuses to keep playing the game. Enioth, I'm not quite ready to convert. Or no, actually, I just need 10, so... So yeah, Ocean Worlds and... Right, Relic World I want to keep as a Relic World. Anyways, as you can see, there's still a few that I need to convert, but essentially we're making the place friendly for dwarves again. I think once we are able to sort of deal with this mid-game crisis, because essentially once we get a toehold in the terminal egress, we establish kind of a permanent fleet presence there. And what we're going to be doing is we're just going to be going through each sector trying to find where the Um, Cool Eagle, I am quite literally doing my goodbyes. You're gonna have to turn this. You're gonna have to turn this around and go. I'm already an hour and a half late. Sorry. Hello, everybody from Cool Eagle stream. Thank you very much for that host. But like, I am quite literally just doing my closing down. So, VIP 651, capability 29, the Cool Eagle, Cargo Vroom, MX Mach, Alice Wonderland Gaming. Thank you very much to Capability and VIP for those follows. Again, I'm really only going to be able to... Cargroom says you're getting bumped from person to person here. Yes, I apologize. Cool Eagle is incredibly kind for doing that. My God, MX Mach, thank you very much for that follow as well. Cool Eagle is incredibly kind for doing this host.